All right. All right. Welcome. Bit of a different setup today. Bit of a different setup today. So, for those who tuned in to last week's thrilling episode of whatever we were doing, I can't remember. You would have noticed that my microphone was broken. I have since fixed the microphone, but now the camera doesn't work. So we're gonna go full YouTube. Uh, what genre would you call this? This is like 009 sound system Indian YouTube tutorial aesthetic going on here, where no camera is just desktop, no overlay, no nothing. That's how we're rocking it today. Every week it's a new problem. It's so fun. Every week there's some new thing that breaks. I love it so much. It's incredible. I hope you guys are loving it too, as much as I am. Non-streamer. Shut up. I'm streaming right now, Dill, okay? I am a streamer, I'll have you know. I'm now what do they call them? You know what? No, this is unacceptable. We do need wait a sec. I'll become a PNG tuber. How about that? I have an idea. Well, yeah. I don't know what freaking cam. We'll do 1,000, sure. I'll draw a little picture of me, and I'll become a PNG tuber because I know you guys are gonna freak out if Raymond's not on screen. It's like, where did he go? I can't find him. Where's this? I can't recognize him just by his voice. This is insane. So we're gonna solve that, okay? So this is gonna be this is gonna be my camera. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, I gotta make the head bigger. I've got the wrong crop. Yeah. Yeah. See, we're making it. We're making it into the PNG tuber with this one. There we go. Okay, brilliant. Isn't that awesome? Thanks so much, Nutbill, for the gifted sub. See, I'm still a streamer, guys. We're still here. I'm so bad. Okay, we'll add some color so you guys know so you can recognize me better. You can't recognize a character until you know their color palette, after all. So we'll pick a. I haven't actually color picked my own hues before, so this will be. We'll see how good a job I do. What am I doing? I need the bucket tool. Bucket tool. Yo. Oh, come on, man. I just. Why is it doing? Oh, I left a classic Illustrator mistake here, guys. Don't do what I'm doing. Oh, no, I want the pencil. Yeah, we got the MS Paint pencil. Oh, come on. So I've never actually clearly used the pencil tool before. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, now we can paint bucket. Perfect. And then we'll get a bit of a lighter. Yep. We'll get a nice sort of blue. Oh, I got the beard. There we go. It's me. It's a me. And then I'm wearing a red sweater with black today. So I gotta make this color law accurate, Raymond. See, what you guys see is the live action Netflix adaptation of Raymond, but this is the law accurate, biblically accurate Raymond here. There we go. It's yeah, it's perfect. Oh my god. And then I gotta just to make it, law accurate. You guys can see this, right? I'm broadcasting my desktop. Okay, good. Fantastic. But hey, the mic works this time. It's just everything else doesn't. There you go. There's my little sweater top there. Oh man, this inking is so sloppy here. Let me fix that up. That's very sloppy, Raymond. What are you doing? Law accurate Raymond is a very terrible drawer, it turns out. Oh, how do I get the nice pixel perfect? Yes, the pixel perfect. Because what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this a PNG, like an actual, like the PNG tubers do, right? And we'll do like a green screen overlay type deal, like the actual. See, we're actually becoming more professional, guys. Okay, because usually I've just got my camera with all my junk in the background, but now we're gonna do we're gonna have the green screen, and I'm gonna be lit properly as well. Like, check that out, right? You see how in this drawing I'm actually lit better than I am in real life. So you can, yeah. What's this little? Got a sloppy line. So I know it's pixel art, but you gotta wash the bowl, right? You gotta do it neat. You gotta do it clean. Pixel perfect, okay? Now that is one high quality. That is one high quality pixel art. Yeah, see? I'm a natural. Alright. We're in business now. So we'll turn this off. I don't know what format. Well, PNG. PNG. Do you like the PNG tuber? I wonder if that's where they get their name from. And we'll call this just Raymond. And we'll put this. Sure, I'll just chuck it on the desktop. I never do this normally. This is going to be a first for me, saving something on the desktop. And then I should be able to add an image source here. Add a new widget. Now it's going to give me this list of categories. Which one of these can we do? And it's like all this unnecessary. I just want an image. Media. Image. Perfect. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Add a new source. Call this Raymond. Add source. Image file. Browse. Yes. Yeah. Done. Okay. Here I am. Okay, now we gotta move them. Okay. Can I just want to get the... Okay, so we've got the... Yeah. Can I get rid of that picture? I just want to get rid of the frame. We'll put myself down in the corner. Yeah. And then we'll take widgets and turn this off. Look at it. It's stream time. Yo. This is so cool. Oh my god. So now this is Raymond becomes a PNG tuber. Well, yeah, sure. I'll save the source file. We might use this later. Right. Now I'm finally here. Now you can say hello. Yeah. He's drawing himself to become a PNG tuber. Yeah, that's right. Because, we gotta have, if you're gonna do the stream setup, you can't just do like the Indian YouTube tutorial where you talk through Notepad on the screen instead of having a physical presence, The microphone almost didn't work, so we were this close to me opening up Notepad and talking to you guys like this. But no, I did get the mic working. I just can't get the camera and the mic working at the same time now for some reason. I don't know what's going on with it, but my camera doesn't work at the same time if my mic is also on. So that's why last week, I don't think it was actually the cable after all. It was just the fact that the camera was like on and then it wasn't letting the mic work. I don't know. It's only for Streamlabs though. I don't know why. It's like only... Or maybe it isn't. I don't know. But it's super... I hate it. So yeah. So anyway, what was I gonna do this week? I was gonna show you guys some stuff. Gonna do some more designing. I think it was this one. Raymond. Yeah, yeah. That's the that's my new name. Raymond. Is this canon? Yes, this is now canon. My canon name is now Raymond. Hey Cosmic. Truly the 2012 YouTube tutorial aesthetic we've all missed. Yeah, I've missed it too. Petition to make this a reaction emoji in the Discord server. Sure. Yeah, why not? Deals Art says, can I ask a technical question? You may. Just this once. You can ask Raymond. That's the new name of the show now. It's Ask Raymond. You can ask Raymond though. You got to leave Raymond alone. He doesn't care. But Raymond will answer your technical question. Okay, you guys keep wanting an emote in Discord. We'll do it. We'll do it. How do I do that? God, I'm such a boomer. How do I add a thing? How do I add a server settings? I don't know. You guys are all use Discord. Where do I go? I don't know. I'm like barely on here now. Enable. Oh man, I wish I could do that. Where's the emoji? Okay, here we go. Upload emoji. Raymond. We'll call this Raymond. Yeah. All right. Is that good? Yeah, I think we got it. All right. Cool. Okay, you guys can go ham with that. Anyway, what was your question, Dill? So, like, real technical about game. How did you make the homing attack system? Select the right enemy. Oh, I don't remember. This was like 2 years ago. How did I do that? I don't know. I think here's the thing. Like when people wonder, it's like, how can one man make a whole game? And it's like, you can do it, but you will only be able to remember like one skill at a time. So the minute I stop programming, I forget all of my programming, and then it's like, oh, now I got to do graphics today, or now I got to do whatever, and then my brain gets wiped, and I become a graphic designer for a day, and then when I go back to programming, it's like now all my graphic design knowledge goes away, and it's all programming. It's like all my actual experience is in the cloud somewhere, and I'm just downloading it locally as I need it. I think it was something like, if I'm trying to just remember to my past self what programmer Ray did, it was probably a system kind of like this. And if I'll tell you, because I got to monetize these streams. If someone like donates $5, I'll open the code and show you. But I'm just gonna draw it just simply at the moment, because you got Gabby here, right? And then there are enemies near you. So what I had to do was basically make a system that like checked around Gabby's radius, and it might return multiple enemies, right? Like it might return those two. Like that's kind of how it would look. And then it's like, all right, well, check I think there's a function that does this where it's like check distance between anything we've returned in this radius, and whichever distance is shortest, just attack that one. And it's sort of like kind of like that, but there's a bit more sophisticated stuff I have to do for like barrier collision checking. Like, is the enemy behind a wall? Is the, how elevated are they? A bunch of other like edge case stuff that I don't remember exactly how that worked, but it was roughly like this. The hard part was actually not this. I think the hard part was actually moving Gabby to the enemy after you know which one to target. That was the actual hard bit. The easy bit was targeting. But that's basically the short version of it. Sierra says Raymond is in the cheeseburger dimension. Yeah. Raymond's hears voices, but Raymond is the voices. Yes, that's right. So everyone sitting in chat right now, this is what you now are experiencing, what it's like to be in my head. Except imagine instead of me just talking, there's like two other voices, and they're all telling you stuff about what to do in the game. That's how it is. Deals Art says one man game make is actually chill. I mean, yeah, there's a lot I could say about that. But before I do, we'll get to that topic in a moment. I want to show you some. I've been cooking. So last week we were doing. I'll open the last week version. We were doing UI mockups, if I recall, and I took it a bit further and improved it. I think, I don't know if it was that version that I showed you guys last, or it might have been, no, okay, it definitely was this version. Because I went and did the menu as well, and then I've got I'll get the screenshot of the same one, and I'll move this back over to the 16:9 alignment. I improved it to make it more readable, more better at black and white and low res, and I'm pretty happy with it now. I'm just going to set my grid size. What I'm thinking to do today, because I've just been really busy with a bunch of technical issues, actually, hardware problems. You guys might have remembered a few weeks ago I was planning a backup thing, like I was creating a whole backup strategy for my work, because I didn't actually have a proper one until now. There's been a bunch of issues with it that I've been it's been taking up all my time this week. Turns out copying files, terabytes of files, is actually quite complicated, especially when you have disk read errors. So that's, yeah, so you can imagine how it's just a bit of a pain. But in terms of visual progress, that's fun. That isn't just boring IT work. This is sort of how the UI has evolved in the last week. So I've gone a bit more extreme with the colors to make it more saturated. I've been more deliberate with the angles of the font. So here I'm using just the italics, but here I'm actually shearing the font on purpose to be at a specific angle, because I didn't think the italics was slanted enough. I've like condensed the placement slightly. I think we were going back and forth between how far apart and condensed to make those, and I settled on this. And I've changed up the colors, so because I think this was a little too desaturated. So I've brought up the saturation so that the text is more readable. Because what I didn't want is, you see how in the dialog box on this version it's got this black fill in the middle, and the blue is like a border. And I don't know, I was squinting my eyes and looking at it, which would look something like this, right? Like I'll zoom both of these out, or even better, I'll do the proper, because I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'm trying to design it to also look good at standard definition and high definition, because a lot of game UIs now don't do that, and I really hate it. Like I was showing the Spider-Man interface, the Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart interface, and it's like I can't read it. It's too small. And for some reason, every developer on the planet right now is like, we can do 4K. That means we should make the font 2 points because we can. And it's like, yes, you can, but you really shouldn't, because I can't read it. I don't care how high res your TV is. I can't read it. It doesn't matter if it's 4K. So I'm just trying to crop it to, whatever. This will do fine. Image size 480. So this is now at like NTSC 16:9 standard def. It will look something like this. And you'll notice that, in the previous version, the black was just absorbing my attention like completely. So if I get like this screenshot with a bit more color in it, just the black, I don't know, like I couldn't really read the words in the corner as easily, and my eye was being sucked into the black, and it's like a black hole kind of. And I'm like, well, that's not quite what I wanted. I didn't want I didn't want it dominating your eye that much. So I've made it all just this dark blue instead. Kind of like the Final Fantasy VII interface, which I noticed uses this blue for all of its interface. And I thought, well, if Final Fantasy 7, I think it was 7. I don't know, I haven't played all the Final Fantasy games, but I liked it because it was designed for like the PlayStation 1, I think. You know, the one with Cloud Strife, whatever his name is, this dude. They have the remaster, which has this problem that new interfaces have where everything's tiny for no reason. It's got this going on. That's not what I meant. I mean the old one, like this one. This is beautiful. Because the thing is, I haven't even played the game, but I've heard of it, and I like looking at it because of the menus. I actually don't even understand what is going on the screen. I don't understand. Like, it's a RPG. I don't like RPGs. Okay, I would never play this, but I know what Final Fantasy VII is because of this blue gradient that they're using and the white text and the 1 pixel drop shadow over the text. And it's like, dude, some guy designed that so that you could, on a PS1, it was readable, and it looks cool, right? And it's like, man, that's smart. I'm going to do the same. So I've picked a different blue that's more like Gabby's. It's not the exact... Their blue has got a bit more purple in it. Mine has a bit more cyan in it. But it's the same principle where it's got the white text and the drop shadow. And I've just got some more angular lines. Whereas these guys have the beveled corners instead. Because I guess it's harder to do angular lines on a PS1. So, I've taken a bit of my own liberties with it. And I'm pretty happy with it now. Because, yeah, you can notice here, even this is at 480p, you can see the text is super pixelated, but you can still read. And, oh man, like, that's what it's all about. You should be able to read it, not have to squint and, like, upscale the image to 4K to be able to freaking read the text. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, Anthem had this problem. Every Insomniac game since the PS4 has this problem. And it's especially with subtitles, where it's like, oh yeah, accessibility. Like, guys, we care so much about accessibility. We're going to put subtitles in the game. It's going to be awesome. But then the subtitles, oh, hold on. We'll do the AAA subtitles. This is how the AAA do their subtitles. All right, we'll get rid of the fancy design. We'll make it super soulless, and then watch. This is what they do. This is how big subtitles should be, in my opinion. It should be like this. But here's what the AAAs do. Okay, they go, yeah, perfect. Oh, yes. Let's get the... Yeah, perfect. Oh. And we'll set the line width. Hold on. We're not done yet. And then they do the guys, the freaking, I don't know, whatever, whose job it is to decide this. We'll make the line spacing really tiny. So that way, I know this is 480p, but this is sort of how the image would look if you were standing, like, any distance away from the TV, right? Like, I don't know. Do people still play games on TVs? I hope so. I still do. And it's, imagine even if you've got the big 4K display, okay. But if you're sitting like 6 feet away from it or something, or however long, any advantage you get with fidelity is negated by distance and how much physical space the screen is taking up in your vision. So if you decide to make the text this small, like, I don't know, man. Everyone does this and I can't read it. And it's like, what's the point? And it's because that's what your eye would actually see if you were... The only way this works is that if you sit like 30 centimeters from the screen, and we'll go 1/4 4K. Yeah, so we'll upscale this, and it's like it's only going to look good if you're sitting really close to it, like because I don't know. I think 4K in general is like an unnecessary resolution, personally. But yeah, so you see, when we're at 4K, it's like, okay, we can read it, but we have to be like this close to it. But even if you make this tiny, and if you move away, if you stand further away, it doesn't, like, it's going to be like, you're not going to be able to read it anyway. That's why I think these older games actually had the right attitude with it, because they had to like unintentionally design it so that it adhered to principles of good design, but it was because of a technical limitation. But it also led, just coincidentally, it led to aesthetically good designs by accident, maybe. I don't know. It's really something to consider. I think the PS3 era and the Xbox 360 was sort of the final, the last iteration of this stuff. If you search like Ratchet and Clank Tools of Destruction, I think this UI was like perfect. where it's this, because the PS3 and 360, they had to run at standard and high def, because if you guys remember, I think even the first Xbox 360 didn't have HD in the console. It only had analog output. So the early launch model Xbox 360s were standard definition. And this console generation was so interesting to me because it had to work on both, where it had to work at high definition and standard definition on analog televisions too, which add a whole other set of limits. And this is so well proportioned, this, because you've got the nice margins that have breathing room. The text is big enough that I can read it in the periphery of my vision. But if you look at like the Ratchet and Clank, what's the new one? Rift Apart. If you look at this stuff, the HUD is unreadable. I know it's all fancy and it's got the 3D parallax bobbing and all this crap, but I can't read it. And it's like, well, who cares if the HUD... Oh, when I move the camera, the HUD animates. It shakes. And it's like, yeah, but I can't read it. Like, this is actually a great example, the low-res version loading in here. Because you notice how at low resolution you can't read it? Like, this is what I see, okay? Because I don't have, like, a 4K TV or something. This is what I see. And it's like, all right, well, I've seen that whoever designed this didn't care to make the text readable. And I don't know, man, I just don't like it. This, however, this is beautiful. You see the difference? How it's like physically the same size. Like, we'll try and make this the same size, right? Same zoom level. But I can like read one of these. Because they've also picked these colors where they've got the text in purple on a dark purple background. And it's like, no. You just want white. White on a dark background. And I don't know. Like, this is my little rant on UI design. So in Feline, because this has bothered me for years that games do this, and I've never talked about it because I thought it was I'm just crazy. But it's like, no, actually, I think the old devs from 20 years ago were onto something with this. So I've gone to like crazy lengths to do it the way I think it should have been done. How all games should be doing it, which is design it for standard def and then just do it in such a way where it just holds up at high res. Because I don't know, that's sort of when people say limitation breeds creativity. It's sort of, I think that's sort of what they mean. And I don't think I talked much about this yet, but this typeface in particular I chose very carefully, because you'll probably notice the cool thing about it is that this typeface looks stylish and angular, and it kind of fits the aesthetic of the shapes and the environments and the character. But it's also like at low res, you can still read it. Like, isn't that amazing? Like, I'm zooming in super close. It's pixelated, but you can still you can clearly make out the letters still, where if we were to change this to any other font, it wouldn't work as well. I guess some of these are okay, but if we tried to pick like show card guy, maybe not that one, but like this font, this doesn't quite hold up as well because I'm having a hard time reading this one. Or, like this, I can't read that. This chiller, I can't read any of that. So font choice, very important as well. And if we up this back to S to HD, even at HD, it still looks good here as well at HD. So, and this is, the only problem is that I haven't actually licensed this font. I'm just using it for the mock-ups to see if I like it first. But I can understand now why fonts cost so much money, because a good font is, it's so important. I see now why it's so important. But yeah, this is quite a good one. This is Serpentine. It's very, for whatever reason, I've noticed that in 2005 and 2004, everyone was using Serpentine. So I was looking at a bunch of references, like the 2004 Astro Boy series, the 2004 live-action Thunderbirds film, the 2004 Spider-Man PS2 game, and they all use this font. So I'm just trying to find all the... Yeah, so here's like the bold version. You might recognize it. You probably... Halo 2 uses this as well in the New Mombasa levels. You probably recognize it from, if I type in it like this, you would have seen this, a sign with this font in Halo 2. Yeah, so it's quite good. It's just also very expensive. So at some point later, I'm going to have to get a font budget or something so that I can actually use this, because I know that this is what I want. And I think this might end up being kind of like the theming font for the whole thing, for like any part of it, because this is something I've thought about for a lot of time now, and I've played around with over the years. You can see in my videos of me experimenting with fonts. I was using like Eurostyle for a while. I was using Chivo for a while, trying to like get a font that like captures the identity of the game. And I think Serpentine does it pretty good, because it isn't I don't know, it's angular, which, you know, Gabby's angular. She's got the pointy ear and the armor with all these sharp angles on it. And it's also, I don't know, it feels kind of feminine as well, but not in like a girly way. It's more like a elegant, graceful type, where it's like, especially the thin variant, where you got these slender letters that are just well proportioned, and it's got a bit of curve in them. It's got a little bit of curve at the edges, but it isn't like very ultra masculine like some of these other ones I've got installed. Like there was one I was going to use. This is the one I was going to use previously. It was called Eurostyle, which is designed in the 60s, I think. It's a very classic font as well. You probably would have seen this everywhere. I think Ratchet & Clank uses this font for all of their menus. But you see how this one, it feels a bit more masculine, right? It's got thicker, I mean, even if we go regular size, it just, I don't know, the proportions feel, I don't know, it feels different. It feels kind of more industrial, which is sort of what it's meant for. This is meant to be like a sci-fi industrial font. And it's a bit too harsh. Serpentine, though, I guess because of because I think the other reason is because like all of the text is the same width. Whereas if you look at the Serpentine title here, you notice how like this line is slightly thicker than the other. It's got a bit of variation. I don't know, there's something about that makes it has a bit of flair to it, you know? I don't quite know how to put it, but yeah, so I think I would have used Eurostyle otherwise, but I think we'll go back to Serpentine. I think that's got a much, I don't know, like you can just see it. You can see the difference. And it's just one of them feels more like Gabby somehow. I can't explain why, it's just a feeling thing. Cosmic says the Star Fox 64 font. Oh, maybe, yeah. I haven't played what's it called? I haven't played Star Fox, actually. The Wii font? Oh, no, it's similar. Eurostyle, there is a font that's like Eurostyle that I also have. I have installed. I just have like a free ripped version of it. I don't actually have this licensed. These are the really expensive fonts that the Japanese Fontworks designed. And these fonts you will see everywhere. So this is some of them at the bottom here. This is the Wii font. There's a few Wii fonts, actually, but this is one of them. They use this in the Wii menu in certain places, and they use this in Wii Sports and in Mario Galaxy and in basically any Wii game. This is called New Rodden Pro. And it looks really similar to Eurostyle, but it's got different proportions. It's sort of got the same aesthetics. So if we compare Eurostyle and New Rodden, they are very similar. But I think Eurostyle, the way I view it is that Eurostyle is like the Western version and New Rodden is the Eastern version. Like one of them is designed for the Japanese alphabet, one is designed for the English. And they are very similar, but you'll notice that the New Rodden has got bigger letters. Like it's kind of actually would look more readable on a standard def screen, most likely. The other cool thing about this font is that this is also the font that Sonic Team uses a lot. So if I go and watch this magic trick, if I go make this bold and type in this, you might recognize that typeface, or even better. So that's the font they use for all that. But yeah, so the thing is, I can't use this one either because this is just I found this on like defont.com or something. But the real licensed version, it's like $500. So I'm not gonna use it. But I think if I was to pay for a font, it would probably, because I don't want to buy 10 fonts. I can't afford to buy 10 fonts. I want to be able to just buy one and just use it for everything. So if I was going to buy one, it would be Serpentine. That's what my choice would be. So my stream dropping quality as you. What? Oh no. Hold on, is the stream still... what are you talking about? It's still working. It's still fine. It's probably Australian internet. But the Wii... I think the Wii... Also, there's another font that a lot of Japanese games use too, which you guys will probably recognize. It's called Rodin. So there's New Rodin, which I just showed you, and then there's Rodin. This is... You will have noticed this before. The Wii uses this primarily. The PlayStation 3 uses this. I'm trying to think of what text to type in. I don't know. But yeah, you'll recognize it. You can tell by the E. You see how the letter E has this slight angle? Like it isn't a flat, it sort of rises up a little. That's sort of how you can tell when it's using Rodin. So it's so ubiquitous. I think every game made in Japan probably uses this font somewhere. I think Mario, Odyssey uses this too. And it's a very neutral font. It's very, it's safe. If that's like the font you pick, if you don't know what font to choose and you need something that just looks nice, that people are not going to recognize from Microsoft Word, then you pick Rodin. I'd say it's safe. It's a pretty safe choice. So I really do like it. But yeah, again, it's also way out of budget. So I'm going to stick to Serpentine. And yeah, so that's kind of how that's been going. Fonts feel like they should be free. I used to think so until I started using good fonts. And then I realized, oh my God, like I think, speaking as someone who doesn't design fonts, just as a layman, I think we, the general public, have no idea how much work it is to design a good font. So I would be willing to pay to use this, because this is quite good. Because think about it, because I have a lot of fonts installed here. And about, I don't know how many, let's say there are 200, conservative estimate. Let's just say there's 200 fonts. 199 of them will be the wrong choice. So considering the options out there and considering like how much choice you have and how, when you actually think about what the font has to do, I kind of get it. It's like, okay, yes, whoever designed this should be paid for it, because it's actually insanely hard to design the one font, design the one that is the right choice for whatever purpose you need. I think the people that do the free ones that don't really think about, like, I knew a guy that tried designing his own font with his handwriting, and yes, it was unique, but it was unreadable and no one would have used it except him. And I think the difference is like, he's sort of designing fonts, he's not thinking about like the different use cases. He's doing all the things that will make it no one's first pick. And that's ultimately, a good font is designed in such a way that it makes it the first choice, that's why the Japanese all use the same fonts, by the way. Like the guys from FontWorks, like all these ones I've got at the bottom, like Rodin and all these ones. That's why like these are worth money, is because evidently every game studio or more software, I don't even know how far this extends, but I've noticed this with console UIs, I've noticed this with game UIs, and probably, I don't know, maybe movies as well have this going on. And websites too, I've noticed this there too. And it's like, they've all of them choose these same fonts, not because they're trying to copy each other, but because the fonts are designed in such a way that meets the needs of those people. So that's why they all pick these, where it's like, they might pick New Rodin Bold because it's like, well, yes, it has this sort of angular look, and it also looks good at like small and large sizes. It looks proportionally good on a website. And, Japanese websites have a bit of a different design ethos than Western ones, right? Because I was on a Japanese like shopping website a few months ago. I was trying to look for some piece of hardware, and I noticed that all the ads and menus would use this font. And I don't know, it has to, there's a lot of reasons. And whoever's designing these they know those reasons, and and that's why this becomes the one. You know what I mean? It's the one font to rule them all. And you don't, I think, they deserve to be compensated for it, because they would have spent a long time, each letter, carefully designing, like, what the radius of the curve should be, how thick should we make it, how far apart should the kerning be on each letter. Like, it's actually quite a task to design a font. You just don't notice it because most people do a good job, or at least the ones that you see used everywhere do a good job, so you don't notice. But the ones you don't see everywhere, which don't get used for a reason, they get it wrong, which is why you don't see them, because no one uses them, because they're doing it. They make the wrong choices. They design it wrong. So I don't know. Like, even Comic Sans. I know everyone jokes about Comic Sans. Comic Sans is actually really well designed if you understand what it's actually meant for. The problem is that not Comic Sans itself. It's actually fine. It's just people misuse it for the wrong reason. So if we go, I think I've got Comic Sans. I would hope so. It comes with Windows, doesn't it? Comic Sans. Where is it? I don't think I've actually got Comic Sans installed. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So Comic Sans, you'll notice something kind of funny about, because it's meant to look like handwriting, but it was meant to look like handwriting for a specific purpose, for a specific design constraint. It's meant to look like handwriting at low resolution on CRT monitors. So if we go and actually shrink this image down, we'll go even smaller. We'll go 360p here. If you shrink the image down, you notice how Comic Sans is still readable? That's actually what it's meant for. It was meant to be used on, like, kids' computer programs on old CRT monitors. That's the purpose of Comic Sans. It's not meant to be used on a war memorial plaque, right? That's kind of the main reason why people meme on it. It's because people, like, women in their 40s who pick this font for things like office memos or whatever, they don't understand that it was meant to be used in these situations where you've got it, like, it has to be approachable and kid-like, but also hold up at low res. That's the purpose. It wasn't meant to be used on, like, there's a meeting this Friday, a little post-it note hung up. There's not meant to be used for that. So it's, that's why people even, if it didn't do this well, though, if Comic Sans didn't do this well, where it was readable at low res, it wouldn't even be a meme. No one would know Comic Sans. It wouldn't come with Windows if it didn't do this right. No one would have heard of it. But here it is. It's on my computer without me even doing anything, right? So it's, people kind of, man, maybe I do know more about fonts than I think I do. But, anyway. So in terms of taking those choices, I've tried to apply them as well to a menu mock-up, because it might have been a year ago now. I had that episode where I brought a experienced 15-year in the industry programmer, designer, Unreal specialist to work on Project Feline, and one of the tasks I had them do was to design a menu. And I don't know if I might have the video of it somewhere. But for those who haven't seen it, because maybe some of you have seen it. But we tried to do this big 3D menu, but it was not good. I didn't know at the time, and to be fair, the idea was bad as well, and that's kind of my own fault for not thinking it through enough. I'm just trying to remember what episode it was. I think it was this. Oh, what the hell? Why is YouTube's... can YouTube just stop changing the interface? Oh my god. What is it? What are these big blurry buttons? I'd get rid of this. So anyway, the title screen. It was gonna, like... So here's the version that you guys have probably seen in the game. And it's not great. It's, these buttons and this text... I didn't choose that, like, on purpose. I wasn't there like, and then the text has to be Eurostyle condensed thin with 12-point size with 10 pixel spacing padding. like, no, I didn't have it. It didn't have to be that. It was just like, oh, well, I think this looks good and I'll change it later, I guess. I don't know. Very uncertain. And you can tell because it doesn't look appealing. It doesn't leave an impression. And, you know, people might obsess over this and go, oh, Raymond, who cares? If you just make the game fun, no one cares. And it's like, no, this is the first thing people see. Like, when you boot the game up, this is the first thing they see, you know, besides the opening title logos or something. They see the logos, which is also, you know, that's probably the reason why people put in all this effort to make these animated logos for their games. But that aside, just the title screen says a lot. And if it's lazy like this, people then they won't say they do this, but I know they do this because I do this. You form judgments about the rest of the game based on your immediate first impression on this stuff. So if the title screen looks lazy, like, and this is how I know this is true. I know everyone like thinks this isn't important, but I know this is true because I've never played a good game. I've never played a good game that had a lazy title screen. I never found one. Every time I've played a game that sucked, it always got this wrong as well. So it's all interlinked. Now, what I was going to do was, we'll make this a 3D thing. That then will impress people. You know, it'll look cooler if we make it this 3D thing. And this was a total wrong move. I really should not have decided to do this. The implementation, which was not up to me either, that was kind of like also a disaster. But in terms of what I was responsible for, which was the concept, it was a bad idea. And when you look at the implementation, because the thing that was really difficult is, had I done this before, had I planned it out more rigorously, had I more deliberately chosen fonts and everything, and had a reason for everything, it wouldn't have, this whole thing where it got implemented wrong, where the composition was wrong and the materials were wrong, and that probably wouldn't have happened if I was able to provide more clear instructions or more cohesive instructions or whatever you want to call it. Because I had a little drawing of what I wanted it to look like, I think in this document. I'm just trying to remember where it is. I had a bunch of reference, like here, like that was how it was meant to look. And this is kind of still better than how it ended up being implemented, because, you know, you've got the contrast and the foreground, and, you know, like the highest contrast part is sort of like where the characters are standing against the sky. Now, the person I hired, I guess, didn't have an eye. They didn't pick up on this use of color, and they just kind of superficially copied it without thinking about the composition. And I didn't know like that I had to say this at the time, so that's why it ended up looking like, you can see here in the final version, it's like way visually more cluttered than the concept, which wasn't intentional. And this was also just a huge mess with the materials and the code. Like, it was spaghetti coded, like, seriously. And the materials were spaghetti coded. And it also had a loading screen for it, which is not a good, that's not good. Like, that's not a good experience. You don't want to spend like $20 on a game. You open it up and you can't even get to the menu without a loading screen. Like, I've never seen a good game do that. I've never seen it happen. So it's like, well, if the good games don't do it, if the good games don't need a loading screen just for their main menu, then I shouldn't need one either, which means that this whole idea was the wrong idea. So I'm glad I figured that out at some point. But you kind of, you got to do it wrong to know how to do it right. So in contrast, I'm just trying to find so we can compare the implementation of these. So this is sort of what it was like that you guys last saw. And now I'm trying to do something a bit more like this. And I know it's like, oh, there's no dazzling 3D models, but it isn't really about the fidelity. It's not about how much sensory overload can we impress you with to make you think this game is good. That's not what it should be doing. It should be making you feel something. So I've just got a temporary background. Like, I've got a few different like variants, but I want to do kind of something like this, where it's got like a world news globe in the background, that makes you feel like this. I don't know what words to do to describe it, but I like the feeling that this gives me. And I don't know, when I compare what was Like, I don't feel anything really looking at this. I'm kind of just distracted by how much junk is in the background. Um, and oh wow, the big city with the windows that are the wrong color. Like that's what I see when I look at this. But when I look at something like this, you want the player feeling like they're about to embark on an adventure, or you want them feeling anticipation. You want them super excited to hit play there. And also you want the text to be readable. So that's why with these older buttons, you can see that I've moved the proportions and the font size of the buttons a lot so that the text is sort of the biggest thing. Like the menu options are the largest thing on the screen. And they're margined and proportioned differently. So if I turn on the grid, you can see how this is all designed to line up with grid lines on the... Anyway, so that's sort of like... work it. I'm still not quite happy with the character sprite placement and the background, but in terms of the actual text, that was the main thing I just wanted to establish. Just the text, at least. Let me turn off the background. That was like gonna be decent, and I don't know, the way I know it's right is that if people don't notice it. That's kind of the way I know. If you get a menu where it's like people notice the placement of the text, then it means that it's wrong. A design that is good is unnoticeable. So if you just look at the text placement, my kind of thing is, is this gonna like give players an uninterrupted flow to get to where they need to go from the start of the game? Are they gonna be like squinting to find the buttons? Are they going to get lost and go, where's play? Or are they going to know exactly where to go from a first glance? That's kind of what I think a good menu should do. So I don't know. That's just, it still probably could use a bit of tweaking, but that's sort of just the general goal and concept of what I wanted. Kaya says, I love the idea of a 3D menu, but it's a shame it turned out the way it did. Yeah, me too. Because, like as much as I will not speak highly of this now, at the time I thought, oh, this will be so cool. Like I want to like really impress players. But there is a right and wrong way to impress players. I think, if I had to guess, I think lots of beginners, kind of like me, would think to do this, where it's like it's you want to impress them, but it is not from a place of confidence. This is what the design of this tells me, at least. It tells me that you're trying to impress them from a place of like, oh, I don't think my thing is good, so I need to cover this with materials and randomly generated foliage, and like, because the guy wrote this whole like procedurally generated foliage thing just for this menu scene, and it's like, just I don't know, it feels like the wrong choice. It's like, if you're doing something where you need to write procedural generation for just this one thing, it feels like overkill and the wrong. It's like, could you do with less? Could you do something with less? Because if you need to create more, it means that if you can't even get something to look good with less, then you won't be able to do good with more. And I think this is evidence, living proof of that idea. Because my eye is being assaulted with too much. And if you don't have an eye, here's the thing, because I know that most players will not know. Like this stuff I've just said, they won't know. They won't know how to point it out. They won't look at this and know how the tree placement is wrong, or the glass is the wrong shade of blue from the sky, or that the light specular is too strong. Like, they're not going to know that. But they will look at it, and it will feel like an itch.io game. And that's, it feels like, it creates an impression. It feels like the game should cost $5 or $2, not what I would want to charge for it, sort of thing. So it feels cheap. But the thing is that the players, because they aren't designing menus in their spare time, usually, they won't have the language or verbiage or vernacular to like describe what's wrong, but they will notice it. And if they do say something, it will be like years later in a social setting maybe, and they might like be in a conversation with their buddy about game menus, and they thought, oh yeah, well the way you know it's wrong is that if they don't even bring up your game in the discussion because it was so forgettable. Like, I don't know if you guys do this, but I have a friend who are kind of both obsessed with UI. And yeah, every so often we'll talk about like the beauty, or not just UI, but like production design for computers and stuff. And we were watching Aliens a few weeks ago, and we were literally we got into an hour-long thing just talking about the production design and like the computer terminal sets of Aliens. And that's how you know you've done it right, when your work gets to be the subject of a discussion, like, or it creates discussions like that, where you make the movie in the 80s, and then 40 years later, a group of guys are talking about the amazing design of the thing that you did for this one movie. Like, that's kind of the right way. Yeah, and some of you in chat here are telling me about game UIs here too. Like, I'm just going to scroll through here. This is evidence of what I'm talking about right here. If we go look at Star Fox, Sonic Adventure, Unbeatables menu. Like, this is what I'm talking about, right? I haven't even heard of some of these games. Like, I haven't played Star Fox. I don't know what this is, but, or like, I've heard of Persona, right? Yeah, so it's like that stuff where the fact that you guys are talking about those means that these guys did all that working out. And the thing is, because a lot of them don't have devlogs, so you wouldn't know that they're putting in that work because they're not showing you. All you see is the menu, and then it plants an idea in you somewhere. It plants itself in your memory so that you're here in my chat talking about it, going like, oh yeah, Persona's menu was so good. If these guys didn't figure it out, no one would be talking about Persona's menu. No one would remember it. And that's... I know that it might look crazy. It's like, oh, Raymond's going nuts. He's obsessing over UI. But it's like, no, everyone is doing this. Like, the good games all do this. The bad games don't. That's just the way it is. The bad games, like, you go look on itch right now. Go look at the games that released just this instant. Go look at all the Game Jam titles people are churning out. And you will notice that the least appealing ones that no one is playing are ones where no one has thought about this. And it's intentionality, impression. It all comes down to those words, those magic words. Desired SNA says UI is about obsessing. That is kind of, I like the way you put that, because I don't know what it is, but UI in particular is something that not just me, but people I know have all obsessed about in a specific way that we don't about other things. Like, you could obsess about character design in the same way or whatever, but from the people I know and talk to, it's never anything else except UI. That seems to be the thing that everyone gets super obsessed over. So, and I'm the same, and I don't know why that is, but it's kind of interesting that that's the case. Cosmic says part of a game is its presentation. That's true. Because one thing that annoys me is, I don't know where this comes from, but maybe it's from those marketing guys that you see on YouTube with their courses. I want to teach you how to make a living from making games, and none of them actually make a living from making games. But you'll see these guys everywhere, and they'll all tell you things like, I think it's these guys. I'm trying to figure out where this comes from, but there's this saying where it's like, if you just make the game good, then people build it and they will come, which is nonsense. I've seen people build things and no one came, and they believed people would. And the thing is, it is kind of correct sometimes. If you do build it, someone will come, but it doesn't matter, like, that anyone comes. Like, that's not the point. It's because what you don't want is you build it and like 2 people come. That's not sustainable. You can't afford that. The great ones build it and thousands come, or hundreds of thousands. And there's a huge gulf in standards between having 2 people come and check it out and 100,000 people coming to check it out. And I don't know, from what I've seen, people don't notice the gulf of standards you need. People are, I don't know why, but a lot of people I talk to are satisfied with two people caring. And look, that's fine. Like, that's not necessarily bad if it's your first little thing, and you've never like done anything before or shown anyone anything or published anything before. Like, that's fine if it's like your first testing the waters. But if you have something to say with the medium, if you have something to share that could be seen by more people, you got to put in the hours, and you got to care about everything. And I don't know, every advice I've seen from people that are like authorities on this stuff, supposedly, they all just ignore the other stuff you have to care about, and they just tell you platitudes like, if you just program the game and pick the right mechanics, and if you do nothing else, then you'll make a full-time living on making games, which is nonsense. It's utter rubbish. Like, that's totally not true. Like, it's romantic. It's nice to believe that if I just make the perfect wall run mechanic, then I can be a career game developer. And it's like, no, you have to do way more than just that, because anyone can do that first step. It takes someone more skilled to do everything else right. So that's why I don't know. Everyone used to tell me to not obsess over this, but once I realized all the games I admired did this, my attitude changed. And now I'm like leaning heavily into the obsessive. Like, I'm obsessing over everything. And I think it feels correct, because now I know, once you know, and you read the right books, once you know how to like think creatively, how to use limits to your advantage, how to reduce the choices you make, which is a huge ingredient, then it becomes like possible. I don't know. Like, everything's been becoming easier, even though by all metrics it shouldn't be. Even though technically, solo dev's supposed to be harder. But no, it's actually, now that I know what choices to omit and where to put my attention, everything's becoming a lot easier to get to this sort of mock-ups. Like, I used to spend so long fidgeting over like fonts and like, how big should I make the letters? How far apart should I make them? How thick should I make the outline? Like, in you guys have seen the previous builds, you can see that each build I published, I changed the fonts or something in each one. And it was just mindless iterating, and you kind of need to do that for a bit to know what's not the right one. But once you know how to like think in like a systematized, objective way, you can just choose the right ones. You can narrow down the right options quicker, which is sort of, I think, where a lot of people get stuck, is they get stuck on like the blank canvas problem. It's like, I don't know where to begin. I've just got a blank canvas. I don't know how to turn this into anything. And that's kind of, I used to get stuck there for a long time. But that grid thinking book really did change my life in that way. Because once you get a grid, because that's where it all began, by the way. Literally all I did was I put a grid on the screen. Now you don't have a blank canvas. Now you've got guides. Now you've got guardrails. Now you've got limits. Now come up with something. And then this is literally, I was like, all right, well, I'll put the text here, and I'll make it like, I don't know, invert the colors so you guys can read it. Like, literally, this all began just by segmenting and adding limits to the grid, and then just like placing text where I think it would look good. And that's literally it. And then, because if you don't know how to think that way, in this systematized way, I'm going to show you what I used to do. This is what I used to do, right? I would be going around here, and I'd be thinking like, oh geez, dude, should I, like, if you turn off the grid for a moment and you go in blind like this. I mean, I don't know if any of you have done this, but I used to do this all the time, and it's just like, I don't know where it should go. Should it go here? Should it go here? I want it kind of here-ish, but I don't know, like, how many pixels from the edge should it be? I know that there should be a sensible value, but I don't know how to figure that out. So I'll come up with some random, like, multiple of 5 or whatever, and I'll just do that. And, and then you apply that to everything. And it's like, all right, well, how far apart do I want these letters? Well, I guess we'll do order. Oh, that looks kind of good, but I kind of want them close together. What if I did like 42? And it's just so much uncertainty, and it's just trial and error will work eventually, but it's like a brute force way. But I don't know, man. That book, I really do. Once I finish the devlog on Gabby and everything else, I really do need to make a devlog about that book because, oh man, it changes you so much. Just thinking with a systematized ethos, because once you know how to eliminate the wrong choices, you have so much more mental clarity to care about everything. It's, I don't know. Anyway. Cosmic says, don't just build games, design systems. Yes. Once the systems are put in place, you can make them work. That's exactly right. Coester says, it's cool how something so liminal as a game interface can shape player experience. It sort of dips into psychology. Yes. Now, I could go on a 30-minute thing about how psychology works with that, but I'll be a little out of my depth there. But I have read about, I don't know, I have a very weird, obscure interest in analytical psychology, and I just read a lot about it in my spare time. And yes, there is lots of links to it. And I think if I had to guess what a lot of new games get wrong is that they don't know or they don't care about the psychology side. Or if they do, it's only insofar as, like, what thing can we measure on our focus group report that we can quantify? And it's usually they leverage psychology for addiction. Whereas there is a good way to use psychology, a non-dark pattern way of using it. And that would be like creating... Remember, this was maybe a month ago, I was talking about car design, which also adheres to the same principles, and how when you're looking to buy a car... because my dad wrote a book on this, because maybe this is where I get it from, because my dad has a similar obsession with the British car industry during the 60s. That was like his dream job, but unfortunately by the time he was working age, the factory closed down. But his dream job was to like work in one of these BMC car factories and make minis. And he wrote this book with a few other people that were at the factory doing like a historical story, like the story of this specific car design. And one of the guys, I think it was like David Holt or something, I don't remember his exact name, but it was like, if the car design is wrong, it creates a sense of unease in the customer, and it works like feature things that stick out to you in the design will either work for or against the whole car. Meaning that even things that are actually done right, like the steering wheel being in the right place, or the air conditioning vents being in the right place, or the wheels being the right diameter, if there's some feature, some stupid thing on it, like a spoiler or a stripe or whatever, if there's something that sticks out on the design, it influences the person's opinion on the entire car. Even if the only thing that's actually making it is like 10% of the design, it influences your opinion about 100% of the car. And if people will literally not pick a car, even if it's like well-designed, good engine, it's got all the specs, it's got the seats are all in the right proportion. But if it has some stupid fin on it, then people won't buy it. It creates a sense of unease. And just because of that one feature, they select a different car. Or the opposite, where the guy might pick the car just because I really like that shark fin they put on the top. Oh, that's so cool. I want that. And then they will, like, just based on that one feature, buy the whole car and not think about the rest of the design, because there's a lot that you aren't looking at as well. So it's for or against, which is interesting. There's a lot of, because I don't know, there's a lot of psychology things about that too. But it applies to more than just games. It's a very human craft, I guess you could say. But she says, just like fonts, what do you think about music? What kind of music? Oh, I'm glad you asked, my friend. Well, I haven't. So here's the thing. I don't have anything to show for this yet. Because at the moment, you might wonder what this, because you notice that I've been I've been losing my mind over the last year. You might have noticed Raymond's been coming more insane and unhinged. But the reason I've been doing that, I've been unleashed, okay? This is, you know how in Sonic it went Sonic Unleashed? Well, we're doing Raymond Unleashed at the moment. Because the reason I've had so much trouble with Project Feline is because I've had all these constraints on that I was taught by other people that I thought I had to adhere to. And I'm realizing now that that's all not true. And I'm trying to work out my own boundaries of where I should be setting them. And this is all so that when I get to back, because I have a lot of work to do at the moment in getting the dev, because this is all just I've done in private. So I haven't talked about this in the videos. And at the moment, my goal, what I'm working on in the background is I'm working on videos to catch all of that up. So I've got the video on Gabby's model. I've got videos I'm writing about this UI stuff. I just wrote a script about all this last night. And I've written a lot about level design and the trench broom stuff we were doing a few months ago. So I've got scripts written for all of this. I just got to get through the actual editing of all those videos and put them out. But one of the other things I've done in that period is audio. I've been thinking a lot about how I want to approach audio, because I had the same problems with because you guys might remember the prototype has music in it, but I look at it now and I realize that it actually sounds terrible. And I didn't know at the time. But it was made with that same ambiguous uncertainty, and now I understand how I should be thinking about music as well. So I'm glad you asked, because I'll show you some of the observations. We haven't talked about audio in a while, so I'll share some of my observations here. I need to turn on my desktop audio for this to work. Now I'm going to open I'm going to open Audition. I think I can close Photoshop now. Audition. Because I just learned this week, I learned something amazing about how professional audio people, I'm going to use Sonic as an example because they're like the A-star best of the world example of good audio. Hold on, there's this window that it's opened in the corner. How do I close this? There's a window. Oh, it's covering the chat window and I can't freaking, hold on. So with Sonic Team, right? Because their music is like really good. And people think it's just, the instruments or whatever. But there's actually a lot to it that I'm picking up on now, and it's so freaking it's so brilliant. So I'm gonna show you what I mean. Because the way they mix the music, it's unnoticeable. You wouldn't think about it, but it's so brilliant. I've never heard anyone, because I know people that are musicians and none of them have told me about this. I don't think they even know this stuff, because I don't know where I even found out about it. I think I was just messing around with filters and then I noticed this thing. And it all just clicked. So I'm going to open my music and we'll compare it to professionally mixed AAA music. And I'll show you the difference. Because I have made some music for the game, but it's not very good. I know why it's not very good now, and what I have to do. So I'm just trying to find my music. Okay, demos. I've made a lot of demos, and a lot of them are crap, but that's okay. You got it. You know how everyone says you got to like fail 100 times. Or, what does Mr. B say? Your first 100 videos are gonna suck. So that's basically what my first 100 demos are gonna suck, and then I make the good one. So I'm just trying to open one of these in Audition. I think it was Feline 11. I really should have named these better too. Okay, so there's one of them, and then we're gonna get a professional. Actually, there is a certain. I was like, I think it was this. It was this one. It's a theme song from a 2000s anime with the vocals removed. We're gonna because this has got a good style to it, so we're gonna compare them. So the thing with audio, I think my desktop is my desktop working. Hold on, I gotta. Is my how's my audio levels? Can you guys hear that? My level meter says it's outputting, but I don't know if it's loud enough. Here goes another Our City discussion. Well, this principle applies to his music as well, but we're gonna use music that won't get me copy struck as easily. You can barely hear. Okay, I'll have to crank it up. Crank it up. Oh, it could be because the actual music is mixed pretty quiet, which is another problem. You'll notice that the waveform, it doesn't look like it's been mastered, and that's because this one hasn't. Okay, how about now? Can you guys hear that? So this was the music from the Block 10 Calder's mission from the prototype, and I actually did make this track on Scream a few years ago, and it's not like, yes, yeah, it's using the Amen break, but it's kind of like a crutch. The entire track is kind of leaning on the Amen break. If you take out that Amen break, then it sounds awful, and it's also not really. It's I'll turn the audio down just a little. How's that level? I'll do 80%. So it's like the song doesn't really go anywhere. Like, it's just a loop going forever and ever, and the vibe doesn't fit the gameplay. Like, the mood is like a happy, because I didn't really know how to write anything else. I'm like, I'll just do whatever, and then it's like, oh, every song I write sounds the same, and it doesn't like match the gameplay tone. It doesn't match like the action. It doesn't sound like it was made with purpose, and that's because it wasn't. It was just made by screwing around in Logic for a couple hours. It doesn't sound, you wouldn't hum it, you don't remember it. It's not a song, it's like, yo, pass the aux cable, I gotta play that Project Feline OST. Like, no one is gonna be doing that with this song. And there's something else. Oh, well, I'll play before I do that. So here's another song. This is not made by me. This is from some, I don't know. So about a year ago, I found this compilation CD. But I'm trying to actually find the physical CD for it somewhere. I don't know if it exists, but it was some compilation made by some anime forum. This is a weird story. I don't know where I think I was trying to find the theme song for Elemental Gelad, and I ended up finding this, like, Anime Reactor Best of 2005. I found this on some forum somewhere, and I think what it is, I think it's some anime forum, and every year or every season they do like a compilation of the best theme songs from the animes that released that year. And you can tell that this is not a real CD because the text typefacing and formatting is all kind of amateurish, but it's charming, you know. It's like, this was a community project of a bunch of they'd probably, yeah, it says here they did, like, they voted on which songs to put in, and then I guess they distributed it on the website. So it's got a bunch of, I don't know if you guys know what any of these shows are, but this is the one I was looking for. I was looking for Forever by Savage Genius. That's a really cool song. But it had a bunch of these other ones on it too, and I was listening to some of these other ones, and they all sound really cool. And coincidentally, they're all from the year 2005. And I'm thinking, I think 2005 is going to be kind of the golden, like, 2004, 2005 is sort of like my reference point now, because all the UI stuff I just did is based on stuff from 2005. The music is now also going to follow a similar vein. But in terms of so I stumbled across that, and the cool thing about it is that it's all lossless, but it's also ripped wrong. So the song will randomly cut off at certain points. So I'm trying to find if there's an actual, like, CD version of this somewhere, so I can rip it myself. But at the moment, I've just got this version. Now, it has this song on it that sounded really cool. I'm going to play it just briefly. And I don't know what show it's from, but it sounds sick. It's got the nice little bass. It's got really cool drums. I'll skip ahead a little bit. Actually, what I'll do... And it sounds really, if I skip ahead a little, it's got this really cool kind of upbeat, energized, everything just sounds upbeat, energized, and 2005. That's the vibe, and I love it. But my music, you know, it doesn't sound nearly as good. It sounds kind of like an imitator. Now, it's not that I'm trying to go exactly copy the song or anything. I'm using different instruments and all that. But in terms of the energy of it and the way it's mixed, there's another thing. So people might just look at it and go, "Oh, well, it's got like drums and it's got." I've ran this through a processor to cut the vocals out because I just wanted to listen to the backing track. But this has like a clear through line. Like there's chords, there's a melody kind of going on. But also with the way it's mixed, you'll notice that the sound is fuller and the music is louder. And there's a trick that I noticed that they do, the way they mix this music, that I just had found out about only this week. So I'm going to run both of these through an EQ. And I'm going to cut out... You might not be able to hear this depending on what you're listening on. I would recommend using headphones for this part of the stream. Because if you listen to it on headphones, you will notice this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this EQ on both of the tracks here, and I'm going to cut out all the low end and all the high end so that you just hear the mid-range only. And you will notice something really interesting if you just listen to the mid-range. So if we go to, I'm going to cut that on my track as well. 4,000. So it's between 200 hertz to 4,000 hertz. This is a mixing industry secret that, I don't know, I guess I stumbled across. So we'll listen to this part of the music again with the mid-range isolated. We'll skip ahead a bit, so... And we'll play it with me turning on and off the filter so you can hear the difference. So that's with full frequency range. And that's with the mid-range isolated. Now, do you notice something about this? I'll see if you guys can guess it. We'll skip ahead to the bed here. Most of you guys can notice something about it. Okay, that's... Do you guys notice something? Coestus, it sounds like a cell phone speaker. Yes, it does sound like a cell phone speaker with that filter on it. But mostly the same. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? When you listen to it through a cell phone, or let's say that this is what a CRT would sound like with the crappy little speakers in it, because I have a CRT, right? And the speakers are pretty bad. But you know, like, and that's kind of how it sounds when you listen to it on an old TV. It sounds kind of like it's just the high and lows get cut off, and you just hear the middle. And yeah, the song sounds the same. It sounds the same, no matter if you cut the highs and lows out or not. And you can still make out the individual tracks. So you listen to the different layers. Listen to the bass. We'll go back a bit. We'll go further back. So when the bass comes in, notice how you can still hear the bass? So, the thing is, all good, well-mixed music does this, I've noticed. Where you can listen to it through a telephone speaker, and you can still individuate the layers. You can still hear the bass, you can still hear the trance chords, you can still hear the piano. Like there's a piano here doing the chords, and you can still hear it even with most of the frequencies cut out. And it isn't fighting with the other tracks. It isn't competing for space. It's all neatly individuated. And this little sound effect they do, this tech sound that you hear, there's this like computer sound in the background, that still comes through super clear with the frequencies cut out. Now, with music that isn't mixed well, this doesn't happen. So on my track, we'll play this, full frequencies. And then we'll cut out the high and lows. You notice a difference? And if I turn this back on. You notice how like the song sounds worse and it sounds muddy and you can't individuate the layers, and you can't like some of the tracks just become invisible. Like the drums could become completely, like the hi-hats. Listen to the amen break hi-hats. You can barely hear them now with the frequencies cut out. Like all the high fidelity, like high ends, it's mixed too high. And I didn't know to look out for this at the beginning, but now it's like, oh, that's why my music sounds bad. And I don't know, it might seem obvious if you've gone to audio school, you'll probably know this already, but I haven't, okay? I'm self-taught everything. So I'm teaching myself how the pro mixers do stuff. And yeah, I've just noticed, because I also have that Sony alarm clock on my desk, and I listen to music through that, and I noticed that all my music that is mixed well sounds just as good through that as through high fidelity speakers. So it's like, all right, well, just like the UI, it's a funny principle that's in common. I know that this sounds super schizophrenic right now, and everyone's like, oh, Raymond, what does audio have to do with UI? Those are unrelated topics. And it's like, no, they're not. They're actually... The principles that guide good UI and good music are the same principles. So just like the menu, you have to design the audio for low fidelity. You have to design it for low fidelity. And just like with the menus, it's got to look good at low res. And just like with audio, it's got to sound good with the mid-range isolated. It's got to sound good on a Sony Dream Machine alarm clock. It's got to sound good on the worst speaker possible, because this is what everyone does, right? Because I've done a bit of like Googling and stuff, and in the audio community or whatever they want to, I don't know, whatever it's called, and they do like, oh, my audio doesn't sound good when I do the car test. And for those who don't know, the car test is when you take your mix and play it in the car, and it's like, does it sound good in the car? And a lot of the time people stress out over the fact that their mix sounds completely different in the car than it does on their studio monitors or whatever. And they go, why does my mix not sound good on the car? And they have all this, they go through all this hell to get the mix to sound the same on any device. And that's because usually the mistake they're making is because they're mixing it on their high fidelity speakers only, without thinking about how it sounds on a crappy computer, like those old computer monitor speakers or a telephone speaker or whatever. They're not thinking about it. They have sets of all these high quality monitors. And it's like, well, if it sounds good on the high quality monitors, then it's fine. It's like, no, just like with UI, just because it looks good at 4K doesn't mean it looks good. It just means it only looks good at 4K. That's all it means. So audio, it's the same. It's just extend with audio, instead of pixel fidelity, it's frequency range and bit rate and stuff like that. So that's an observation I've made that's informed how I want to approach the music I do from this point onwards. So I I don't know exactly how the specifics to go about it, but I know what I'm not going to do. And I know what I want to start doing, which is I want to collect samples, and because I know that there is a sample library that exists that a lot of shows from the 2000s used. I want to collect those, start mixing them together, and mix it in a way where I'm only listening to the mid-range, and starting with the lowest fidelity possible, and seeing if with super compressed only mid-range, can I make music that fits my environments and my gameplay? And with like limited tracks, because that's another mistake I made with a lot of my old mixes, is that I'm using too many instruments because I don't know what to do with the audio. It's like, oh, if I add 2 guitar layers, it'll sound better. It's like, no, it won't. It just sounds muddy. If I add 2 drum tracks, if I add 5 bass lines, like, it's too much. So what I'm hoping when I do get back to audio, I'm going to approach it very differently. Where instead of just screwing around in Logic, I'm going to be thinking more about the intention of every track, the purpose of every track. And if I mean, that's the attitude that makes the UI look better. So I'm assuming it'll make the audio better too, if I approach it with the same attitude. Dat Sammy says, oh no, he's going to start buying a bunch of sample CDs from the late 90s. Dude, you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to do. Yeah, that's the plan. Because even AAA soundtracks do this. I know that there's this weird stigma around samples for some reason, where everyone's like, no, you can't use samples. You have to do everything with MIDI, which is rubbish. Even this track uses samples. Like, they didn't make that drum track themselves. They didn't make, like, the piano instrument patch themselves. It's all from somewhere. They're just putting it together in a cool way. And I think that bass, I might actually know what that is. That preset. So I've been, over the last year, I have been listening very carefully to lots of more music to notice little things like that, so that when I do get back to the software, I'll know what to do instead of just opening it and having a blank canvas and having no clue where to begin. So yeah, anyway, so I hope that answers your question, whoever asked that originally about audio. But yeah, it's a lot of work, and this is the area I'm probably least familiar with. But I have consumed like more audio than any other medium in terms of like my references. Like, I don't really play enough games or watch enough movies compared to the amount of music I listen to. So I'm literally every day, all day, every day, I'm listening. And I'm not just listening to like have background noise. I am listening for this stuff constantly while I'm working. So I think when you do that for a year, you'd have a much better ear for quality than you would otherwise. So I'm pretty confident that when I do get to approaching this again, it will be much better than the previous attempt. So that way, because you might want, well, who cares? Like, Raymond, it's just music. Who cares? And it's like, well, I don't think it's an insane take to say that music is like 80% of the experience of a game, because there's all the stuff in the graphics, right, which is important. But you notice how even bad games can sell if the music is like good. Like, even, Sonic 06, everyone, that's like the laughing stock of the games industry. People still buy it and play it. Like, I thought it was good, and it's because of the music. Like, the music really held up. And it's kind of mixed in the same way, or it adheres to these principles too. So, I don't know, like, it's just something to consider. It's like, like, it's an important, I would say it's almost like more important than the graphics. Because a lot of games can have bad graphics, and if they have good, like Undertale, pixel artwork, no one would have cared, really. I don't think anyone would have cared about Undertale, because there are so many games like Undertale where it's the quirky JRPG Earthbound-inspired game that's actually a metaphor for depression. There's like dozens of games that meet that description. But Undertale has the best music out of all of them. And the graphics actually aren't bad either. They're low, ultra low fidelity, but they adhere to the same principles as a lot of this stuff. And that's why that's why there's only one Undertale, and why it's like the best of its kind. That's why it's still selling copies, and it still has limited physical editions, and you can buy the soundtrack from Fangamer, which you can't do for most games, because most games aren't good enough to be on Fangamer's catalog in the first place. So it might all sound like it doesn't matter, but all the games that succeed do this. So I don't think it doesn't matter. I think it probably matters more than most people realize. Anyway, so... But yeah, so that's kind of like... It's kind of like where my headspace has been lately. Coesta says... You might say, Raymond, who would care? He says to the people who care. Okay, well that's good though, because... Dude, everyone I talk to about this just thinks I'm schizophrenic or autistic. They think I'm crazy. And I tell them, I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. I know he swapped those mixing channels. It was the engineer. I knew it. Like, I sound like Terry Davis or something when I talk about this to regular people. So I don't know. It's glad to know that you guys care. Because I feel like you really have to, like... I don't know how to explain it. Because I don't see your reactions. All I see is your messages. When I do talk about this and I see people's facial expression, they just start like kind of squinting skeptically at me and they tune out. So I don't know, but I mean those guys haven't really made anything, so maybe I shouldn't care if it makes sense to them or not. But you know, glad to know that some people in chat see it. Because I don't know. You think it sounds obvious once you know. But when you don't know, you don't, like, I mean, that's the beauty of it. That's the brilliance. I mean, there's this saying that I read somewhere. I don't remember where I saw this, but it was like, anything beautiful, God hides, or something like that. And that is so true. Like, anything that is good quality is hidden. It isn't, like, out in the open, usually. And it's invisible. Just like a good car design, just like a good web design, just like a good UI, just like good music. If it's good, it's invisible. But the only, like, visible... You do see it, but you don't see the qualities of it. You just see the work everywhere. So, like, you will see, like, Undertale. Undertale isn't invisible. Like, you see it everywhere. It's for sale everywhere. But the things that make it Undertale are invisible. The only thing you see is the game, the result. You don't see all the invisible... kind of like that book I was telling you guys about last week, Selling the Invisible. That has some... That kind of applies to. Now, what I'm doing right now, because I do have some work I wanted to get through this morning. I didn't think I'd go into a half-an-hour lecture about audio, but there's some stuff I wanted to get to. And I need to open my UI thing again, because I thought I might as well do some actual work on stream for a change. We'll see how... I wanted to like quickly get something together in the next hour, and then head off. And because so a lot of my progress has been a bit delayed this week because of hardware issues. I'll go into that in a little bit. But what I want to do, because I haven't talked about this in the last week or so, and that's the website. How is that coming along? I started work on it a while ago. I made like a lot of streams about it. I do have a video I want to make about it, and I want that to be like my new home for all the content on stuff I'm talking about. Because the unfortunate thing is, all the stuff I really find interesting, YouTube algorithm doesn't. So part of the reason why I'm a bit hesitant to make devlogs about this is because you can't sell it on the algorithm. Like, nobody cares on YouTube. You guys care in live chat, but that's like, what? How many people? Like 70 people, 50 people. There's like 50 people on YouTube that care and hundreds of thousands that don't. So... it's just not sensible to make a full-blown video about most of this, unfortunately, because the general public just doesn't care. But I think it's really cool, and I care about it, and I want to share it. So that's part of why I started building this site. Now, it's coming together. I've just been kind of stuck on like other hardware problems at the moment. But I kept saying, can I get it open? I just want to see if I can open it real quick. I got to open the command prompt and run this script. because I haven't had a chance to work on it this week, and I want to do something right now with it, with all this design talk in mind. So if I should be able to go to the terminal and run the site, because it hasn't really visually looked. I just need to get it open to show you something if it works. Because I have so much I want to like write about on this. No, I don't want to update Visual Studio. Oh my god. Every time I open one of these programs, I was opening OBS, I was opening all this stuff. Everyone's like, "Oh, do you want to update?" It's like, "No, go away. I don't want to update anything." So here's how it's coming along with the site design. The design I haven't worked on in a few weeks now, but I've just been doing the back-end content management. So I've actually written, just yesterday, I wrote this whole post about everything I've just mentioned. And this is sort of what the point of it's going to be. Now, of course, you can't browse this for yourself yet because I still got to figure out hosting. But the thing I kept mentioning this, and you're probably wondering how I'm going to go about this or whatever, but I kept mentioning that I want to have this theme, this visual theme for like the default personal theme for the default parts of the site, but I wanted to have a different theme for the Feline parts of the site, for the devlog and for the games. Where is it? For the subdomain of the game, I want it to have its own interface, like its own design that's got the same layout as the base site, but it has styling that's more consistent with the game styling. So different colors and fonts and different borders, that sort of thing. Because at the moment, this aesthetic is this is like my personal aesthetic that's sort of based on my room, but it doesn't fit the game aesthetic. So I want to have like parts of the site that are just themed about the game sort of thing. So I want to quickly, just in the next hour or so, get something in Photoshop using the same theming of the UI mockups to use on the website and see how that looks, and just to get a start on it. So then I can, because now that I know how to do CSS and stuff, implementing that should not be too hard. I just need to figure out a way to have it apply to certain pages, and then I'll have like the design for the Feline parts of the site done. And then it's just, I think there's like 2 more posts I have to spell check, and then I have to figure out hosting and then a name. And that's the things in the way. I guess we can talk about names as well, but there was something else I was going to mention. Oh yeah. So I've also been trying to back up all of this work. I'll start talking about that I'm just going to copy some hard elements over from the UI mockup here. Because I imagine if the website had the same styling, that's what I'm thinking. So as I've been going through, most of my week has been spent on troubleshooting Windows. Very fun. Because I mentioned this a few weeks ago, where I had a plan to buy new hard drives so I could back everything up properly with redundancy and have like a big flash storage pool to work from so that I could work faster. So that I didn't have to sit around waiting for my footage to load in as I was working, because I'm just using hard drives, like physical disks. But setting that up, the hardware is set up. The software and copying the files has been a huge pain for some reason. I'm trying to use like these commands in terminal to like transfer files quickly. It's more efficient than just dragging and dropping from File Explorer. But for whatever reason, it doesn't work half the time. So just last night, I was trying to, I might show up in here. You see how I've got this new drive H, which is like half full. It's copied half of my files properly. But when I tried copying all of Feline's footage last night, I had a log readout. It said it finished, and then I looked at the hard drive and the files weren't there. So it's been a hassle. It's been, it's just been troubleshooting. It's been tech support all week. And I'm so tired of it. So I just want to do some design at the end of the week today. I just want to do some nice layouts. So if anyone knows anything about robocopy or like error, like having it say, it says it copies files and then it doesn't do it. If anyone knows anything about that, I'd be happy to get more resources and forum posts or whatever to help me figure out the problem with it. But it's not really interesting enough to do on a live stream, so I'm just going to be doing some design. Can't you use reclone or I don't know what any of those are. I'll have to look those up. Rsync, you say? I've never heard of this. Rclone. Huh. Oh, okay. The reason I probably haven't heard of it is because you have to download it. I'm just using what's on Windows already. I'm just using Robocopy, which is already installed. I don't know. I thought it would do the same thing as something like this. I set up all these parameters so that it would copy the right directories. It would do it at a scheduled time. It would error check this amount. It would copy all the metadata and the ownership permissions. It would do all that. And the log, I look at the log, it says success, 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 all done. And then I go look at the, like, I'm trying to copy, I don't know where it was. Everything on, I'm trying to copy this folder, right, to this new drive. And it just, the folder's not there now. It was there yesterday. I saw it there yesterday. It was there when I went to bed. And then I woke up and the folder is gone. But according to the storage manager window in Control Panel, it says the hard drive is 75% full in that menu, whereas in File Explorer it says it's 50%. And it's like, look, I'm gonna get too angry if I talk about it, so I'm just gonna, yeah. So that's, I hate Windows so much, man. You have no idea. So that's been my week, and yeah, I don't want to talk about it. God, I hate it so much. So I want to talk about fun stuff. I'm gonna do design. So what I'm thinking for the site, for the feline variant, for the feline theming, is I want to do like these angular shapes like this, but in a way that looks appealing on a web page. So there is something I need to check, actually. I think I've got my grid set up the wrong size, because grids on websites have to be this size. What's 80 divided by, I want to get 28 divided by something will give me increment size of 20 pixels. Four subdivisions. Perfect. Oh, God, I can't believe I needed a calculator for that. Very cringe. All right. So for the web, because the website design is kind of laid out on a similar grid like this. In fact, if I get it open, it might... I just want to see. Because I have this window at this size. This is specifically designed for 1024 by 768 browser windows. So if you're running this on a standard def screen, the website will look good. Because yes, I'm doing that for the website as well. So if we take a screenshot of this, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Yep. Oh, wait a minute. What's my canvas size? What's the window size? 1016 by 720. Okay, this should be filling up the whole. Oh, because of the. Wait. It should be like that big. I don't know why it's cropping it. Well, this will do. Yeah. So, okay, I gotta bring this sort of here-ish. Roughly. I don't know. I did mess around a lot of it, and it will look a bit different on the web browser. Now, I was going to talk about something else. I forgot what it was now. It'll come to me. Oh wait, I forgot to turn off my desktop audio. I don't want you guys hearing all these sounds. There we go. All right, I'll quickly check chat. I've been ranting too long. No, I don't want to exit while live. Streamlabs. Only blue and white would look fresh. Yeah, it would. I guess it would. I didn't think of that. Where did you study? How long did it take? Oh, you're gonna love this answer, Wilson. I didn't really study. I um well, I'm gonna. It depends on what you count as studying. So when I would say I'm self-taught. Uh, I have been to institutions at some point in my life, but I learnt nothing. I learnt all the wrong things, and I had to teach myself through the whole thing to get the results I wanted. So when I was like 16, I dropped out of school to attend like a trade school for games. And that is just like what it sounds. It sounds like a scam, and it is. And I am unfortunately bound by law to not tell you the specifics, unfortunately. But a lot happened during the 4 years I was there. I was there for 2 years as a student and 2 years as a teacher. And having seen the system from both sides, I mean, I would recommend it with caution. I did get one good thing out of it, but it was nothing to do with the curriculum. It was through there where I met like 2 really good friends, and that was the most value I got. So that's the one regret I don't have is I met 2 really good friends there, who I still talk to 10 years later, and that's kind of it. I guess if you ever want to think about studying somewhere, that would be like one actual important factor to consider is the people you will meet. But it's not the kinds of people you think. Because the tricky thing is I think a lot of people recommend going to uni for this reason of, you get connections. But these friends I've got, they're not really connections because they're not working in the industry. They do completely different things now. Like some of them are like in retail, some of them are in the trades. Like they do completely different. We all studied like game design, but I'm kind of like the only one that's still doing it, and they're all doing whatever they want. And they're actually what's interesting about them as friends is that I'm glad I met them, not because they are connections or whatever, because none of us know anybody, but because we kind of all went through this really tough experience together. And I guess when you go through hardship with people, it does change you a lot, and it creates an unbreakable bond. So that's why, 10 years later, we're still all friends, and we're all going in different directions, but we all have we all have common principles. So we all have different skills, we have different interests, but we all believe the same things in terms of like what we value out of life. So that's I think when people say it's for networking or you want to meet people, I think a pure good reason is you want to meet friends that aren't just there because they can advance your career, but will enhance your life. That's the value I got out of it. But that's kind of that's the end of the value that I got out of doing that. So I was there for like 2 years studying. I did like it was like for art. Learning. It was meant to be teaching animation in 3D, but it really wasn't. They had no clue what they were doing. And yeah, they really didn't know what they were doing because then they hired me afterwards. And it's like, wow, okay, you're that desperate. But I took the job. Really didn't like it after a while. But but anything in terms of Feline, my real learning didn't begin until I started this project, I would say. Now hold on, I'm just trying to figure out how to, I'm going to just turn off this shape because it's got too many edges on it. I just need to work with cubes at the moment, and then I'll add in those corners. As I was saying, the real learning, I would say my actual studying that gave me the right knowledge began with Project Feline, and by my own hands, just listening to the voice in my head instead of experts. Supposed experts. So that's, yeah. So I know that's probably not the answer. I know you probably wanted to hear, he went to this prestigious art school and he got a straight A student. I know that's probably the answer everyone's looking for, but no, I'm not, I don't know. I'm not educated. I'm probably quite undereducated, but I don't care. Um, Drone says, so basically don't go there. It's a scam. Well, I'm not allowed to say that. In my personal opinion, I didn't like it, but I will say, don't expect to be taught. Well, here's the thing. It's not really the fault of that specific institute. I think in general, this is just my personal opinion. I don't think you can teach any of this stuff that I'm talking about. Like, if you want to learn how to design stuff that's good, if you want to learn how to create good music, you want to create good work, I don't think you can be taught how. I really don't think so. And I'm saying this as a former teacher. I don't like to whip out my credentials a lot because I really hate credentialism for this reason. But I actually have taught, so I think I'm not extending my boundaries too much here. I'm not going to say I'm an industry game dev veteran because I'm not, but I did teach for 2 years. That's my experience. And as a teacher, I don't think the system, like, you can't teach people this stuff. They have to figure it out on their own if they want to be good at it. And I know this because I've had dozens of students, and if you teach them, I don't know what it is, they just don't care. And I don't know, it's an attitude thing. You can't just go into a room, be given instructions, and and your work gets good. I don't think it works that way. You have to basically, you have to be willing to put in the hours yourself and to teach yourself and to make your own mistakes. And figure things out for your own reasons, not just because your teacher said so. Like, I remember the specific example of this. I had a teacher that was like he taught animation, but oh man, his portfolio was laughable. But we didn't know that. We hadn't seen his portfolio at the time, and he wore like one of those berets. He was like he had the pattern t-shirt, not a t-shirt. He had one of those like long sleeve pattern button up shirts and a beret. So we all thought and glasses. So we all thought he was like, he was an artsy expert. And he had this thing in his class where he's like, you never use triangles on your models. Never use triangles. You got to do all quads, which is rubbish, absolute rubbish. And I could tell this guy had never actually rigged anything. I didn't know that at the time, but years later when I was making Gabby, I realized that everything he told me was wrong. And he didn't even say why. He just said, the topology is going to be bad, so just do quads only and nothing else. And if you ever do anything and you do, my teacher said so therefore this is true. That's the best outcome I think you can get out of the system like that, where it's like, the reason why I do my work, the way I do it, is because my teacher told me this thing 4 years ago. And I think it's fine if your teacher knows what he's talking about, but that's not most teachers. Because most teachers, like most people that know what they're talking about, aren't teaching. Why would they be? They probably aren't actually doing stuff. They're not wasting their prime of their life in education. And I know this because I almost did that. But yeah, I don't know. I've never met a teacher that was good at their job. That's why they ended up teaching. That's just been my experience. As a teacher myself, that was why I was there too. I mean, if I was any good, I probably wouldn't have been there either. And so, that's why I would say you really need to, because I think the reason why people want teachers is because they're afraid of making a mistake. It's like, what if I do this wrong? I need a teacher to tell me what to do. I need a teacher to tell me the rules. And it's like, man, if you're that terrified of getting it wrong, you just don't have the spirit, I don't think. You're not going to be spiritually ready to do things that are difficult, because if you're doing something new that hasn't been done, you have to do it wrong. That's just the rules. Like, I don't know you have to do it wrong first to know how to do it right. For your own reasons, not because your teacher said so, not because teachers make up all sorts of, and in people's experiences are different. So the rules that might work for you might not be the same rules as work for someone else. And it's very temperamental. And as one of you brought up earlier, psychology, there's a lot to it about that as well that no one talks about. No teacher will ever tell you about, because every teacher assumes that all their students have the same personality, which is rubbish. So yeah, I have a lot of unsaid thoughts about that whole thing. But in short, you gotta do it yourself. That's what I believe. If you want it done right, if you want to learn it properly, you have to learn it yourself. You have to do it yourself. You have to believe in yourself. You can't outsource that to some washed up mid-30s teacher that has accomplished nothing. You can't wash up to someone who spent their whole life in academia. You can't do it. Otherwise, I think you can if you want your best work to be as good as your mentor. And if your mentor's work isn't good, then that's the best you'll ever achieve. And that's, I don't know. I know that sounds harsh, but that's been my experience. Why am I looking? I just type it in. Why am I looking for font? Sorry, I get really slow when I start ranting. I'm sorry. So, I don't know. But that's me though. Some people temperamentally are better suited for education. It's not me though. Definitely not me. And I think some people are just more self-starters than others. So take this as well with that in mind. I think there are some types of people that can't do it themselves. Just temperamentally. That's not how they work. And that's fine for those people, but I'm not those people. I don't know. I don't know what I am, but whatever it is I am, it's the kind of guy that is like self-motivated, which is not everyone. So that's something to just keep in mind. So yeah, but you're asking about me though. So yeah, no, I would say my actual, where I went to school, what's my education. The actual education was just in my own head and reading. That's it. Which is probably more effort than my teachers were putting in. And I know that for a fact, actually, because when I took their job, I saw how little work they did. So I'm not even making that up. It's the studying that I've been doing on my own is actually, from my experience on the job in the teaching department, is more work than the teachers put into their curriculums. I don't know if that's going to be the case through the entire world, because you got to remember this is also in Australia. I don't know what it's like in America. I think it's probably a lot better. If you're in the United States, you're probably going to have a much better time in that system because you guys actually have an industry. In Australia, though, where nobody knows anything, it's not going to be like that, I don't think. It's a bit hyperbole. I'm sure there are some people that kind of are good, but they're not as common. Like, yes, there's the Hollow Knight people and the Entitled Goose Game people, but they're exceptions. Most people I've met in Australia are just they don't hold a candle anywhere close to the Americans in terms of attitude, skill, aptitude. I don't know. It's probably cultural, and that's, you can't really do much about it, but okay, sorry. I gotta start thinking about this design now. I'm getting too distracted in my trauma from education. Cybershell says those who can't do teach. Yeah, man, that's so true. Actually, as a former teacher, yes, absolutely, I 100% agree. Those who can't do teach. And if you don't believe me, if you have a teacher, look into them. Really, devour their portfolio, study them closely, study their character, and you will notice it. You will notice that they really don't know anything. I guarantee you. Unless it's someone that's retired, that had already had their glory days, like Warren Spector or someone who'd already accomplished heaps. If it's one of those guys, which I don't know how common those guys are, but I haven't met any of those guys in my country, but if you've got one of those guys that contributed to the field and is okay, like the Steve Wozniak types who they invented the computer, they did the Apple II, and now they're 60 and they want to sort of teach the next generation. Those people I would trust, but anyone that isn't that, anyone that's 20 or 30 that has accomplished nothing, I would not listen to. If they're not working on something, if they're not aspiring to something, if they're not, if they're just plodding along in academia, I mean, if you want to end up like that, that's fine. But if you want to do something, I wouldn't idolize those people. I've met a lot of them, and I was never impressed. So I need to get my sorry, I'm just a bit scatterbrained now. You've opened this big wound of trauma now. It's all coming. I'm having all these repressed memories coming back of when I used to work for the Department of Education, and it's I try not to talk about it a lot. It was not fun. Okay, it was if there was any point in my life that was the worst, would have been that. I think, yeah, that was around the time when I almost just quit game dev. I was literally like so done. I was like, I've been taught all this stuff that isn't working. I can't make any good games. Should I just end it all? You know, should I just quit and go do something else? And then I was like, well, I'm going to try one more project. And it was Gabby. Gabby was my savior. She brought me back from the land of the dead of all the advice that didn't work. And it was just because I was like, listening to what Gabby was telling me instead of what my teachers were doing, and well, now you guys are all here and checking out the work, so I guess it counts for something. So all right, so I just want to see, because okay, Ray, I got to stop the memories coming back. I got to just think about my current task. I got to think about what's in front of me right now. I don't know why I made 3 text boxes. So what I'm thinking, someone said blue and white. I think, yeah, I'm thinking blue and white. So I'm gonna make this box white. And we'll, I don't know why it's got transparency on it. There we go. This? Oh. I'm gonna move all this. My folder's such a mess right now. Yeah, let's get rid of these. Got way too much. All right. It's simplified. Because what I'm thinking, okay, because here's what I'll do. I'll do the sidebar first, because that's kind of where I was thinking. Because I've had a few different mock-ups for the last couple months, and I was never really happy with them, and I think I understand why now. And what I want to do is, yeah, have a cohesive through line between the game's interface, the look of the menus in the game, and the sight of it as well. So I want to use the same styling of the fonts here, the same kind of iconography. So I want to do like the nav bar on the side in this little area with the same kind of styling. And because now I've done a bit of CSS and HTML, I'm already thinking, oh, how would I make this in CSS? And I'm already having ideas on how I would implement it. Drake says, didn't mean to dig up trauma. Oh, no, that's fine, dude. That's fine. But I appreciate that it's helpful. It's just that, I don't know, it's just because I haven't thought about it in a while. And well, yeah. There's many times where I've thought about like making a video about that experience. Like, because I know that there's probably people that watch me that are where I was at 16 who are like, I want to make games and they don't know what to do. And it's like, do I drop out of school and go to a trade school like I did? Do I go to university and get a degree? And I don't know, like, because people do ask me that from time to time, and I don't know if I don't know if I should really be telling anyone what to do, because I know from my own experience that I got where I wanted by ignoring people and just doing what I wanted. But I had to suffer a lot. So there's been this kind of inner conflict just in the background for a while of like, should I share that experience? I can't share the specifics, but just the general, like what I wish I had done or something, or what I took away from it. Because I think that's kind of not necessarily saying, oh, you should do this strategy or something, but more like, this is what I got out of the experience type thing. Because those are the fruits, you could say. But I don't know if I don't know if I'm qualified enough to really give a, I don't know. It's difficult because I guess I don't know. I think the best thing, honestly, people can do to figure out what they want is to just figure it out on their own as well. But again, it's for a certain type of person too. Like, I'm not saying that's everyone, but I do know that there is a specific kind of person that is uncommon, because I haven't met anyone else that thinks like this. But these sorts of people you don't want to be giving conventional advice to. You need to kind of leave them alone and let them work it out. To get into the psychology side a bit, it's like the Jungian archetype type stuff that people talk about, where, you know, people have like categorically different temperaments. And I don't know if this is like, I don't know. I'm trying to work out why this is the case, but I have seen in IT and games particularly, they produce more rarer kinds than other fields. I don't know what it is about that, but I know that for certain types, like they I'm trying to remember the names of the groups. Like, they have the groups of the analysts, there's like 4 different types of personalities that are like analytical and judgmental, and then you've got like the chill guy personalities, and then you've got like the adventurer type Iron Man, Tony Stark personality groups, and all this stuff. And I've noticed that there's a certain kind of people that are like in like the introverted analyst category, and maybe a few other types as well. But at least for me, it's like those people, you can't tell them what to do. You have to let them figure it out. And they actually will, I found, at least in my experience, is that if you leave those kinds to kind of make their own little theories about things and to trial and error things out, they will work it out in a really unconventional way, but they will understand it really well in their own way. But I don't know. There's only like 4 types, I think, in the grouping that can do it. And in terms of where you meet those, I don't know. Like, I only know myself, and like there's like 1 or 2 family members that are sort of similar to me. But most people I met at these sort of colleges were not like that. So I don't know, maybe that's some of you guys watching. I'm not sure, because I haven't met any of you personally. But if you're ever curious about that, you look up kind of like, I'm trying to remember the names. If you want to know like what my stories would apply to, it would be to like, if you look up like the big 5 personality tests, like those sorts of things, it would sort of apply to high conscientiousness and low extroversion people, which is sort of like me, I guess. Or if you want to look at it in the more simplified Jungian archetype method, you would look at the introverted intuitive types, and that sort of method would work for them. But if you're not those kinds of people, I think going like the traditional way is probably better. But I think the challenge, if you're young like I was at the time, is that you don't know what type you are. You don't know who you are yet, so you don't know what advice to listen to. And I don't know. That was an important thing I learned, where I realized that not all advice applies to all sorts of people. Anyway. Christ, says, lock me in a cave with a box of scraps. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, some people, you can lock them in a cave with a bunch of scraps and they'll make the Iron Man suit, and some people won't. And it's not like a thing of the people that will do it are better. It's not like that. It's just temperamentally, the kinds of people you can lock in a cave and they'll make the Iron Man suit. They just think differently. Like their brain works differently. They're evolutionarily adapted for a different purpose. And they are a minority, I think, in the population. Because if everyone thought that way, the society wouldn't function. So, and it's not really it's not fun to be that person either. So it isn't necessarily that it's like the supreme personality, the supreme temperament. It like works really well some in certain situations. Like if you want to be an indie game dev all on your own, being an introverted intuitive is like really great. But if you want to do anything else, it's not so great. It's really bad. If you want to work in like a big company, for instance, it's not so good because you're going to be working with a lot of people that don't have intuitions to the subjective, and they won't understand what you're talking about. And that you guys have probably seen on stream. Most of the stuff I talk about, it sounds like, oh, what the hell is this guy talking about? But it makes sense to like the subjective factor, if you have that level of insight as well. But that's for most things you don't need it. Like if you want to go work somewhere and you just want your one job to be texturing rocks, then you don't need this personality. Like you don't need to have a brain like that. The goals, the temperamental goals of someone in that position are different, where you want to be a cooperative like teammate. Which requires a different temperament. Completely different. And I learnt that the hard way too. So I guess the education I did get there, that was something I did learn. As much as I trash it, I didn't learn anything technical, but I did learn that there are lots of different kinds of people that I would not have known about otherwise. So I got to meet lots of people that were very different from how I thought, and it kind of broadened my perspective. So that was, I guess, it's more interpersonal, what would you call it? Interpersonal knowledge than technical knowledge. So I didn't learn anything about how to actually make stuff, but I learnt about people a lot. So I don't know, maybe if that's something anyone is considering to do, that's a factor to consider. It might actually, I think I will say it might be worth doing if you like need that knowledge and you are socially undeveloped like I was. And you're fine with teaching yourself the technical skills. If you go to whatever, you sign up to whatever course just to learn about people. I think in that case, you might have a good case for it, because I certainly learned a lot about that. But I think I was annoyed because I was expecting to learn all this stuff, like how to design, how to make models, how to program. Like that's what I was expecting to learn, but I didn't. I had to teach myself that, but I did learn a bunch of other stuff. Anyway, I really got to dial in. I got to lock in. I got to think really hard about my next moves here. So I need a background. I'm going to just, for the moment, I had a cloud background here that I'm just going to copy into the website, because I want the background to be a cool image like this. I guess I'll just leave it sort of here-ish. And I want the body to have a certain kind of border, and I want the sidebar to look a certain way. So I'm just going to try out something real quick. I thought did I have it out? Oh, okay. Because I do have okay. I want to make this outline, but it has a drop shadow on it. Cybercell says most people who are too busy in their own problems to give carefully constructed advice to someone of a different path and a state of mind. Yeah, actually, good point. That does make a lot of sense now that I think about it. So, but yeah, if you're, I don't know, if you're young and if you're, trying to find your place, I mean, if I had known that, I would have listened very differently. But I don't know, because I guess if you're a lot younger and you've been conditioned to see your superiors as like knowing more than you or something, you will be predisposed to listening to whatever they tell you, and because it's the authority, it's trusting the authority, and it's I think when you're not a student, you'll probably have figured that out. But if you're like I was, where, you don't really know. You like you kind of just think that everyone is smarter than you. If you believe that, you won't really notice that they are, not able to give the advice you need. Just I guess I just made the assumption they would be able to, just because they were higher in the hierarchy. You could say they had more status, they had more whatever. Even though I don't know, maybe they didn't, but I don't know. You know what I mean, right? A 16-year-old is not going to know that fact, but it is very true, Cybershell. In retrospect, I would agree. What if you had a slight accent of pink? I'll think about doing that in a minute. I just want to see the best I can do with monochromatic blues and the sort first. Now, there's a certain text style that I need. I didn't copy this over, I don't think. So that actually applies to myself as well, Cybershell. So like I don't know, that's why I try not to make too many claims and give too much advice, because I understand that my stuff is for me, and maybe there are some people that it'll work for, but I know it probably won't work most of the time. So yeah, applies to me as well. So if you're listening to me, it's like, oh, Ray's wrong. I actually think university is great. Then yeah, maybe for you it probably would be, but I know that it means that it's not, that advice isn't meant for you. It means that I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. But I guess it kind of it does open your eyes a lot when you go through that, like how. Because I guess when people, what do people call it? They call it the game dev community, the art community. When people use words like that, and they did this a lot at the time. And I think online, this is a huge thing as well that people will do. When you phrase your field like that, where, oh, I'm part of the game dev community, I'm part of the art community, it kind of creates this sense that you're all the same and that you all think the same, because we're all game developers. That means we all have the same, like, because you're doing the same craft. I don't know, maybe this isn't everyone, but for me, it created this sense that, oh, like, if you're an artist or if you're a game developer, then you will like agree with all game developers or agree with all artists or something along those lines. Because there's like, oh yeah, well, of course, that's the way to make games. You just do it this one way and it just works. And, no, I found that that's not quite true. Not at all. So, it's sort of how it is. Okay, I've got a little widget here going on. Got a little something going on here. We'll do the body next. But yes, Coesta, that's good. That's a good point. Discerning what part of advice is personal perspective is a good skill. Yes. So, I don't know. I guess while listening to me, that's something, I don't know, maybe you guys are thinking about, but it's, yeah, because I'm trying to think why I even started talking about this and why, to me, this seems so important. I think the reason would be because I do see this on YouTube in particular. We've got these people, the game dev advice channels, where it's like, I'm going to teach you how to make your 6-figure income by making games. And they usually have some kind of course they're selling or whatever. And I've noticed this phenomena happens a lot with those guys and their audiences. I observe it happening a lot where, because everyone's so infatuated with the paradisical ideal image of being the famous game dev, I think it creates this, they don't think about the temperamental differences between them and the person guiding them. And I think it also is made worse by the fact that the people doing this, you don't actually know them that well. Like the people that are doing this sort of thing with my course, or I've been in the industry 20 years and I'm going to teach you my secret. Like those people that are online that you don't actually meet, because you don't know them. You really don't know them. But they put on such a show that makes you think that you do know them, but you really don't know. You know that you know their persona, but you don't know them really. You haven't seen them under stress. You haven't seen them in challenge. You've only ever seen them in the perfect conditions when when they're ready to film on a certain day. And it's really hard to judge character when they are putting on a show like that. And I need some Latin sample text real quick. I don't know, like, because I used to do this as well. This is why I kind of get annoyed by it, because I used to fall for it. And you build a sense of trust and rapport and familiarity, because if they upload regularly, you do build a familiarity with them, and it creates this false trust as well. So then you think that everything they tell you will apply to you because, oh, this is my friend in the computer screen and he's got high status, he's famous or whatever, and he's he's gonna help me. And it's because you're not even really interacting with the person, you're interacting with a video file. You don't actually, the differences in temperament become obscured, you could say, where you aren't, because I don't know, it's because it's on the TV. It's like specifically because it's on the screen. It creates a sense of, oh, this person's like famous enough to be on the screen, which is not really it shouldn't be a current thing anymore. But because of how TV used to be, where if you were on the TV, you were considered higher status, I think there's still a societal, social element of that, where if you have 100,000 viewers, you're seen differently, even if you don't deserve to be. So, I don't know. I think there's an element of that. Even though anyone could be on the screen, I'm here. My little PNG tuber is on screen, like, but that doesn't, so what, right? Like, it means it means I'm live, but it doesn't mean I am like an authority. But I think there's that social proof thing where if they see viewership and comments next to someone on a screen, you don't treat them with as much skepticism as you ought to, I've found. And that whole process of discerning the advice of, is this for me or not, it gets interfered with by the star being starstruck. I think that there's a degree to which that does happen, which wouldn't happen if the person you were talking to was just the local guy he's just the guy from town, and like, because there's no prestige, like the prestige is localized, it isn't globalized. And you have globalized prestige, it kind of it warps it more, a lot. It distorts the image more if you have a global like reach than a local reach. I don't know, that's just the way I see it anyway. Okay, this this text doesn't look as good as I was hoping on this type of background. Gotta thicken those margins a bit. And I'll add a paragraph spacing here somewhere. Need that reference back. Trying to get it lined up with where I had everything before. I think the box is meant to be there, but I've got the scroll bar I have on there squishes it. Oh, okay. No, I see now. This has to be a grid line over. Yo. All right, sweet. Anyway, I don't know if any of that made any sense. Schlebam. That's a cool name. Personally, I've just started never viewing any video with the title of Making My Dream Indie Game. Yo, that's the title of my first video. Well, that's so cool. But yeah, I am skeptical of those titles as well, having used them. Because yeah, it's really, really hard. Raymond is all of our friend in the computer screen. Okay, fine, sure. But I'm the very cynical friend that's telling you, that's trying to warn you of the other friends in your computer screen. That's who I am. I'm the doom pilled friend, the black pilled friend. So I don't know. I don't know. It's not necessarily to say that anyone in the screen is automatically wrong. It just means that they do control what you think about them more than a regular person in terms of the medium. They have a medium through which they can control your impression more. Whereas if you were to meet them, they wouldn't have as much control, and your impression of them would be different, just from my observation. So that's all. But yeah, you do have to kind of put on those the reading glasses, or the extra hard. You got to look at them really hard and go, despite all of those, is this still true? Is this what he's saying? Is this some curated thing, or is this like real? And I think there are times when there are people I've seen. I have friends in the computer screen too. Okay, that's not to say that's bad necessarily. It just means there's a dynamic there that you got to be aware of. But there are people I've seen that do it right, where you can get a sense of who they like. They don't curate themselves as carefully, so you can get a clearer sense of who they are and where their words come from. So some of for instance, I'm trying to think of I think, funny enough, Terry Davis was a good example of this, actually. Even though he was kind of nuts, but you knew, like, he wasn't trying to fake being who he was. Like, I think who he would have been in real life would have been, like, the same as when you see him ranting about whatever on his streams. He felt authentic. But yeah, there's lots of case, because I guess he wasn't trying, you know. He was just going on his stream and just ranting about whatever operating systems, kernel 0, this is ring 0 type stuff. And it felt like, you know, he wasn't trying to sell you on something. And yeah, weirdly enough, the people who I do listen to are those sorts of people who are, where you can get a sense, you can see their character through the medium. They aren't trying to obscure it. You can see it quite translucently. And they're very rare though. I don't find them a lot, but the ones I do find I tend to be able to pass their insight more easily, where I can listen to something they say and I can instantly tell if something will work. And I don't know, they're easy to listen to, even if it means everything they do it won't always apply, but they're easy to listen to. And I don't know, I just got to remember what to type in here. All right, I just needed to make an actual text box out of that. Now, I think this font should not be used for body text. This should be used for the styling of like other things, but not the body text. I need to use a different font for this. Chivo. Where's Chivo? I want Chivo. Regular, please. Thank you. And I need to make it a specific size. I need to make it 18 points. That's right. And I'll make it 24. It needs to be smaller. 22. 20. Perfect. Proj Feline by Raymond. I love Proj Feline too, guys. I like the widget. Thanks, Shablam. Shablam says, I feel like I relate to a lot of your experiences, but at the same time, I feel like I enjoy work a lot more when I'm accountable to a team. Yeah, so that's something. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. I remember. Because one thing that was really hard for me to work out as I was doing all this has been kind of deciding the road in terms of there's the solo non-traditional route, and then there's the traditional, you get a company and you hire people. And I tried both. And the thing is, intuitively, I knew I wouldn't like the traditional one, but I didn't. But everyone told me, no, you have to do it this way. You can't do this yourself. What, are you crazy? And there is this weird thing I've noticed. I don't know if any of you other guys have also picked up on this, but there seems to be this weird stigma against people just doing things themselves. I don't know where this came from, but anyone I've talked to that's like anywhere remote, like adjacent to the industry or anything like that, they kind of look down on solo devs for some reason. And there's this assumption that they're all just arrogant, like know-it-alls that think they're better than everyone. And I don't know, that hasn't really been my experience. Like, as a solo dev, that's not really what I think at all. It's just, there's this assumption, I don't know where it comes from, that everyone has to work in a team because all the best-selling games were made by 100 people, which isn't true, actually. But because Halo 3 was made with 100 people, and because Skyrim was made with 100 people, therefore, you have to work with 100 people, or else you'll never be as good as them. And it's like, well, when you actually go around and meet teams, real teams, you realize that the stories like Half-Life and Halo and all that are not the norm. Those are the exceptions. Most teams are not that good compared to those. And this is just from me meeting people, like just from real, not from like going to, like, I didn't meet any huge teams in my through networking wise or anything, but the people who I do know that actually tried making games and starting companies all failed because they had a team, because it's very expensive to run a team, and also just personality conflicts, bad leadership, all the reasons that come about when you bring on more than one person. They all failed for those reasons. The thing is that those types of people do need a team. It's just they had the wrong team. And then for their challenge, it becomes finding the right team. But then there's another kind of person that's rarer that actually works better when left alone. And I think that's more who I am. And as I learned through trying to manage a team, I learned that I don't want to manage a team. I just want to do it myself. And it's not because it's like, oh, I'm better than the team. It's like, no, it's because I'm really bad at managing teams. Like, I'm better at doing it myself than I am at trying to fit into a team. And I don't know, I think that is a temperamental thing. I don't think it's like a correct or incorrect, it has to be this or this way. It's just, most people temperamentally will prefer working in teams, but there's a smaller group of people that don't. And you got to know which one of those you are, I think. So in terms of what you're saying, Shablam, I would guess that, there's probably a few things in my stories you'll relate with. But statistically, just most people they want to work with people. Like, that's fine. Like, that means that your destiny is different. Your destiny is to build your dream team. But there are some people with certain temperaments that are really particular that actually are worse off in a team, and they cause more friction and more problems, and they probably are what make teams fail, I'd imagine. And those people, they belong on their own, because if they are put in a team, they won't play nice with it. They'll probably create problems for the other people that belong in that team. And if they're in charge, it's probably going to get mismanaged. And I mean, that's just my experience anyway. And it's like, all right, well, you can make a choice where you can change your whole personality to be a perfect teammate, or you can just lean into what you're temperamentally evolved for. And if that is to be the solo dev, then that's what it is. So the thing is I don't know, I think everyone, because most people aren't that, they all assume that no one is like that. And it's like, oh, well, because it's such a minority, therefore everyone has to build 100-person teams and do the AAA method or whatever. But it goes to show, as I learned through that video, that just having more people doesn't actually help. Like, we've all seen the AAA stuff going on. Every Halo franchise is a good example. The first Halo game had like not a lot of people, and it was like the best. The latest Halo game had thousands, and it sucked. And it just goes to show that just adding more people for no reason doesn't actually actually makes it worse. It actually doesn't have any bearing on the quality of the game and the quality of the people too, because a lot of them were Indian contractors as well. Revolving door of contractors that were not in the same country as the main team, from a different place in a different culture with different work ethic, all being kept on for only 18 months in a constant revolving door, having to pick up the pieces of the contractor that came before them. And yes, big number go up, more people, but look at the result. Look at how Halo Infinite turned out. So, imagine if instead they only, how would you have done? Imagine if they did it the way Bungie used to, where it's like you have just, 20 or 40 people that are just permanent, which, if you're in Microsoft, you could afford. But if you're not so gifted, you got to find your way, which might not be 100 people. Maybe it's 20, maybe it's 1, maybe it's 5. But I don't know. There's this weird thing I see in like every game dev discussion where everyone seems to be very, I don't know. It's like it has to be 100 or something. It has to be 50 to 100 people or it's not gonna work or something, which I don't know, man. I don't know what it's based on, but it doesn't seem to be based on anything reasonable. Okay. Sorry, I'm enough rants, Raymond. Okay, let's see where I'm just leaning away from my screen to see how this looks. But yeah, I guess the curious thing, because the thing is, I know of people who are that person that will work better alone. I haven't met them, but I know of them. I know of them. I've heard of them, but I don't personally know anyone that is like that. So that's why for me it took me a long time to figure out, because everyone that I know is not like that. So I guess the people around you do also make that kind of influence how quick you can find that out. What type, kind of like Pokemon, they got different types, got different elements with different, it's the same idea. Cybercell says there's a biological acceleration that happens when you're in a team, but there's also a strength you're obtaining by going solo. See, I'm not sure I agree fully. I think for most people that is true, though. I think, because I have there is a guy I know that's trying to do his own game, and I remember trying to guide him at the beginning to do it my way, and it didn't work for him. Because I used to, I would have him over and we would both just like work on our own thing, and he really struggled. And I told him, it's like, oh yeah, every day you got to be opening a computer and just doing 10 minutes of work, whatever you can afford. Just do like a consistent amount of work every day. And he really, like, he couldn't do it. I can do that, but he couldn't do it. Like, he couldn't stay focused. He couldn't make like that consistent progress. And I realized what it was. It's because when this was the guy I had met from one of the guys I'd met at this institute. And when we were in a program together in our second year, it was like an incubator type thing, but it wasn't really an incubator. It was like I don't know. They basically gave us a room and we got to just make our own projects. And we had a lot of difficulty at the start because we all tried to combine and work on one project. So we had like there was like 5 of us, and we all wanted to like work on one game at first. But the thing is, we all wanted different things. So some of us I wanted to do an adventure game. One of us wanted to do like a couch co-op silly game. One of us wanted to do a spaceship combat game. And 2 of them just didn't care what we did and just wanted to work on something. And we spent like every 2 weeks, we'd come in to meet. We'd meet every day, but every 2 weeks, we would have to like restart the project or the idea because we weren't happy with where it was going, and we couldn't decide on a direction. And that went on for like 2 months of just indecision. And then I decided, what if we just did our own thing? And we all went, yeah, we all want to do different things. We all have different projects we want to do. Why don't we just all go work on our own projects? And then over the next year, an interesting thing happened where I ended up doing it, and my project came pretty far, but everyone else got really stuck because they just couldn't, I don't know. They're different temperaments. So one of my friends, he wanted to do with the spaceship, and he's getting around to this now. But at the time, he didn't have any programming. He could only do models, and he wanted to do all this complex, kind of like Homeworld 1, where it's got like unit management and all this stuff, but he didn't know how to program it. So he brought in this other guy from some other program to be his secret programmer, that would do the code for him. And then he was able to make some progress. Whereas with me, I was like, I could just make progress by myself somehow. Like I would literally go to the corner of the room and just sit by myself, and I would like work for like 10 hours, and I had like the game I wanted. But my friend, he needed his secret programmer to come in. That's just what we called him, because no one knew his name, I don't think. So he was, he's got a secret programmer. And then he was able to make his progress. And then my other two friends, they ended up working together on like a party game. And then there was like one programmer guy who was kind of just chill and wanted to do whatever, but he ended up quitting because he didn't know what he wanted to do. So he left. And years later, one of the same guys that's doing the ship game, he's now trying to actually come to it seriously now. And I noticed that, when I tried to get him to do it my way, it didn't work. So what he's been actually doing, he's been looking for people to like bring on to work with. Because I've noticed that when he's sitting in a room with someone, he will work better. But if he's by himself, he doesn't stay focused. And when he has that, I think maybe that's what you guys are talking about, where there's that social biological acceleration, as Cybershell put it. I think for most people that are like my friend, that is a factor, and they get more motivated when there's someone in the room with them. And that's cool. I wish I had that, but I don't have that. Because when I was working with that contractor, it was like the opposite, where I was like way more stressed. I was working way slower. I did not like it. It was not fun. I was in much more pain, because I had to keep going like, oh, now I got to manage the schedule. I got to make sure that he's up his progress, and then I'm making the right amount of progress so that it can match up with his progress. And what if he textures this thing wrong? And like, oh my, like it was, for me, I really didn't like it. And when I don't know, I've found that for whatever reason, I have this weird ability to just be able to sit alone for like 10 hours and not get bothered. So for me, I have the different energy. I get biological acceleration by being left alone. And I don't know why. But it's just a weird quirk. It's probably temperamental, I would say. It's probably something to do with introversion or extroversion, I'd imagine. So yeah, it does. It doesn't quite apply to everyone, that acceleration, but I think for most people it would, probably, because it's, it's nice to be able to. It's a good thing to have. But if you don't have it naturally, like me, then you got to make do somehow, and you either change your personality or you deal the cards you're dealt, and you say, well, look, I get really stressed out in teams. I don't know how to like get people to do the way I want it done or whatever. I have trouble communicating, and if that's you, like, and I also get really drained or whatever. If that's you, then that's probably symptoms that you're one of these rarer type of people that, are probably the mold for the solo dev. Maybe that's what, now that I'm thinking about it, because I do see a lot of like I said, I see lots of, what is it called? Stigma. I think maybe what it is just, I don't know. Sorry, my brain's so fried right now. I don't remember what I was going to say. I think it's that when people, because here's the thing. I think the problem is when people that aren't meant for working alone think they are. And there is a romantic thing with it, where people look at Toby Fox or someone and they go, I can do it all myself like him. But they don't realize that you and Toby Fox have different temperaments and are different people. And I think the issue people actually have is not actually working alone. It's when people want to do it because they want to have like all the credit, or they want to, it's for some ego reason. Not because working alone is easier for them. It's because they want to be famous or something. I think that's what people take issue with. And that's actually totally reasonable. I think that should be discouraged. But I think people automatically think everyone that wants to do solo dev is just an egomaniac by default, which isn't always the case. Some people just really want to be left alone some of the time. And I think it's hard to tell who's who, which one of these people that says that they have this preference, which one of them has it for the right reason, which one is doing it for ego, and which one is doing it because that's just naturally, that's their way, or that's just kind of how they are. Like that, it's hard to tell unless you really know that person. So I can kind of see where that stigma comes from now. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that. It's just something I've seen, and it used to bother me, but I don't really. I kind of know my place now, where what it should be, so I'm not really as worried. Drone says Toby had friends that helped. Yeah, that too. But he didn't have just random people. He had people he trusted, I think, that brought the right thing. And I think it wasn't a lot. It was like it was like one artist. I think that was it. It was just him and one artist, and maybe I don't know if it had a third person for translation, maybe. But, it wasn't 50 people. It wasn't 20 people. It wasn't 10 people. There's a right amount for the project, and it's not a universal number. It's not just because Bungie in 2001 had 100, therefore every project has to have 100. Like that seems to be what everyone thinks for some reason, but there's a right number. And, well, I guess in my own experience, I've fiddled around with what that right number is. And between 2 and 1, I prefer 1. That's my magic number. But that's my number. It's not everyone's. So that's kind of the thing. It has to be individuated. The advice has to be individuated. Anyway, sorry, why do I keep going on these complete tangents? I totally forgot I was meant to be working right now and designing this thing. So yeah, I do, because you might look at this and go, oh wait, man, Ray's such a slow worker. How can he claim to be a better solid? It's like, look, when I'm not talking, I'm actually a lot faster. Okay, it's just that, I'm trying to be entertaining. Okay, I'm trying to create good background noise for you folks. So I'm a bit slower when I'm trying to think and talk. That's also why I find communicating so exhausting, because I literally can't work if I've got some guy next to me that going like, oh, what do you like? I just can't focus. I don't know. I have a very monomaniacal brain. I can only focus on one thing at once. I'm just squinting my eyes and looking at this for a second now, just to see if it holds up. I gotta use the bathroom as well, so I'll just read one last message, and then I just gotta take just a 30-second break, and then I'll be back. But someone said something interesting here. You guys said something interesting. Shalabam says, I think you hit the nail on the head. Wanted to work alone and make games as a solo dev, but I don't think I'm that kind of person. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, that's a good point, Shiblam, because I think when I said that in my video that I preferred doing it my way, I think it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because they took it to mean that everyone should do it like that, which is not really what I said, and that's not what I intended to mean. When I talk about in my videos the right and wrong things, I'm talking about me. I'm not really talking about what everyone should be doing, because I really don't care what, you will know what is right for you. You shouldn't be relying on me to tell you, because I don't know you. But yeah. So if you do get that, that's a good way to take it, Shiblam, because there'll be people that will get mad at the choices I pick. But it's probably just because that's not what you would choose, and that's totally fine. It just means that you're not me, and that's fine. It just means that people are unique. What a crazy concept. Oh my God. But, it's just because I'm doing it the way I want doesn't mean you have to either. You'll have your own way. And you need to figure that out. It's the thing is that I think the thing that makes it hard for me is that there are very few people, I think, that are actually cut out for solo dev. I believe I'm kind of suited for it, but I definitely acknowledge that most people shouldn't because of all those other reasons. I'd say if you're like one of those types, if you really want to know for sure, you can do one of these Um, Now, a lot of people don't like these sorts of tests because it's pseudoscience or whatever, but just calling something pseudoscience doesn't make it not true. You look at one of these, right, and you can actually tell just from these groups, you can probably tell who's the kind of person that would do well as a solo dev or not. And if any of you haven't done this before, you really should. It's quite insightful. And you will find that some of these types are actually better off at certain things than others. So for me, I'm like this kind. I'm like the crazy... I'm like the I don't know what they call this, the evil villain personality. So it's these types are quite good at being by themselves, but they're like the second rarest. So most like of game developers are probably going to be like, most of the people I've met are actually either extroverted intuitives or they're diplomats, which are actually very like, they need to be in groups, they need to be around people. Or like these kinds where like they have to be around people. But like I think there are two types, or maybe one, I don't remember. But I know that I think this is the one that's like the most introverted, which is what I am. So it's, you know, that's probably not going to be any of you watching in chat, right? So you're probably one of these other types. And that's not to say that there's a better or worse type. It just means that there's differences. So, you know, again, it's not like an exact, you fit an exact box or something, but it's a good starting point to decide what sorts of choices should I make. If this thing has grouped me in this type, it doesn't mean that, you know, I must act a certain way or something, but it's more like I'm probably going to encounter these sorts of problems and I'm probably going to struggle with this. How am I going to mitigate that? How am I going to solve it? And that's the way I look at it anyway. So I know for my type, it's like they have all the same problems I do, where it's like you get really drained around people and you need everything to be a certain way, and you can't, like, there's all these like little things that I am also like. So it's like the way they recommend people of those type to deal with stuff is you either like, you know, work really hard on developing those other skills, and it's going to be harder for those types to do than the average person, or you just lean fully into the extreme other end, where you lean into the strengths instead of trying to compensate for the weaknesses. And that's a choice as well. There's no right or wrong choice. It's just what you decide to do. So both of them, I think, are suffering either way. If you're that type like me, you either suffer trying to be the perfect manager or you suffer by yourself, but you don't not suffer. There's no easy choice. You just have to choose what kind of torture will you put yourself through? What kind of torture will you tolerate? And I know me, I was like, well, I would pick this. So, what type is personality that despises those tests? I don't know which one, but there is probably one for sure. That's the thing that's so funny too, is that everyone says, oh, this is all fake stuff, but it actually says that there is a type of personality that doesn't like the personality tests. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, I don't know. I found it a quite useful tool. And it probably, depending on your type, you might either find it really helpful or not really helpful. So that's another cool little thing about it. But, you know, it works to know yourself like that, you know? Pick thy poison, that's right. You don't get to not pick poison. You have to pick a poison. You just have to choose which one. If you don't want to drink poison, then just don't do anything. Like, if you don't want to suffer, just don't do anything. Just go watch the Overwatch League on Twitch or something. Go watch XQC or whatever, and just don't do anything, and then you won't suffer. And that's another choice you can make, but you won't, you know, you won't get anything. You won't achieve anything. Which, you know, not everyone wants to do that. Some personality types don't want to do that, and that's fine. Some of them really do, and that's fine too. So that's why I kind of care about, because looking at the world through that way helped me understand those differences a lot. But I think for most people, they will know that intuitively, but some people don't. So, you know, it's insightful, I find. Anyway, I just need to take a quick 30-second break. I'll be right back, and I'll get dialed in on finishing this mock-up up. We'll put an end to the psychology talk there, but I'll BRB. PNG Raymond is back, and he's higher def than ever. So good. I'm back, guys. Oh, now one of you did ask something interesting here. Oh, where was it? Did the message vanish? Did you delete your message, bro? Oh, here it is. Shablam asks. Oh, is my mic in the right spot? Hold on. Shablam asks, what do you think would have been the timeline if that contractor ended up being actually really good dev and followed your guidelines? I think what would have happened, well, in retrospect, I don't think that actually would have been possible, because I think no matter what, the outcome would have been the same. Because when I look at my briefs now, my guidelines weren't, like, they could have been better as well. Not the file name stuff, like that probably, if they had followed, I would have had more faith in the work and I would have been able to keep a lot of it. But also just the visual department and the briefs for the visuals in terms of the references and the tone, I don't think, even if the files had been organized and named and everything, I probably still would have had to redo a lot, because I didn't choose those, that direction good enough, if that makes sense. Like, a lot of the references and the tone of what I wanted, like the brief of the level design for the lab was not, like, it wasn't really good. Like, it's kind of my fault in a way for, it wasn't, I'm trying to think of how to say it. Like, the actual, the best outcome you could have gotten, even if you had followed the brief exactly, was not going to be good anyway. And I understand now why, because the colors weren't chosen good enough. It didn't leave a strong enough impression. So the outcome would have still looked average. It just means that if the person had followed them, it would have been salvageable more, I think. And it would have been easier to clean up. I wouldn't have had to spend as much time reorganizing it. But the overall outcome would have been the same. I think I would have had to have redone it anyway, now knowing what I know about art direction, which I didn't know enough about at the time. And even if it was like good, I wouldn't have been able to afford to keep them on anyway, because paying people is very, very, very expensive. It's the most expensive thing I've done on the project so far. So I would have ended up exactly where I am now, I think. I just would be less annoyed. But actually, you know, maybe it is good it happened that way when I think about it, because it made me I was very upset afterward. And I think being that upset gave me the kick I needed to, like, try even harder. Like, I tried to not get into it too much in the video, but I was, like, seriously very, like enraged / depressed after that happened. And I was, like, I literally didn't know if I could actually continue. I was, like, super, it's all over attitude. And I think it needed to get that bad for me to, like, know where to go. Because if you don't have that pressure, if you don't have that force against you, that friction, it makes you less resilient and it makes you less decisive, I think. So if the work had ended up okay, I wouldn't have been as motivated to redo it all and to make it better. It would have stayed average, I think. So maybe it is for the best that it was that specific person with my specific briefs with that specific timeline. When I look at it, now, I don't even feel angry. I just feel like it had to happen that way, for me to learn the right thing. Now, I think the right thing is not, again, this is a subjective thing too. This isn't like the objective right thing. It's the right thing for me to learn. So I think the right thing for someone else in that situation would have been, like, how to, you know, learning all the procedures on managing staff, hiring a manager, you know, all of that, which I don't know. I don't even know where you'd begin. The right thing for me, though, with my temperament, with my preferences, with my stock settings, you could say, for my brain, was to like, all right, well, now I really know what I want and I really know what I don't want. And I need to, if, I had way more belief that I could do it. And it's like, all right, well, now I don't know why, I don't know how this happened, but I just, by the end, after like a few months of stewing in the aftermath, I was like, well, this person was 15 years experience. If that's the best they got, then I really I think I could, this wasn't from an arrogant point of view either. I just wasn't happy. And it's like, I knew I could do something I would be happier with. That's a better way of wording it. I knew, I was like, no, I know that I need to be able, because I can see the problems with this work, which means that I should be able to do something I'd be happier with. So I became because I didn't believe I could learn level design. I just thought, oh no, I'm not allowed to learn that because I'm not good at it. So therefore I should just let someone else do it. But when I did that and realized that actually, wait, maybe I do know something about level design if I'm noticing all these flaws. Maybe I'm not stupid. So then I don't know, the belief and faith just went 10 times 10. And I went, okay, I really got to believe in myself now, and I got to stop being scared to do it myself. And then this is sort of where we are now, and it's everything aesthetically is, I don't know, I'm much happier with it. And I think you won't be able to know immediately, but I think when it's finished at the end, that's when you'll know. So you kind of have to have a degree of blind faith for that, but there's a lot more to it than just that though, but I don't really have the time to explain the other factors that go into it. But in short, how would the timeline have gone? I think it would have gone the same, but I'm glad it went this way. I'm glad it got. I got the hard what's the thing they call it in Doom, the ultra violent difficulty. I'm glad I got that, because then when you complete the game on ultra violent, you get really good at the game, right? It's kind of like when you're doing a project. If you pick something really hard, then you have to be really good to make it out to the end. So I think it was a good test of character in retrospect, and it had to happen that way. Has anyone noticed that Raymond's video feed looks different? No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? No, you're Mongo, you're over noticing, okay? You're overthinking. I look the exact same. I've always been a PNG. Always, okay? You're just crazy if you thought that I look different, okay? That's nuts. It's a canon event. Yeah, man. It did. At the time, man, I really didn't like it, but it did feel like a canon event. It had to happen. So I don't know. And I feel like when you look back on something and you see it as a canon event and you don't feel pissed off, like if you can look back, even if it's the most embarrassing thing, if you can look back on it and you can say to yourself, man, I'm glad that happened. That was a canon event. That needed to happen. If you can look back on it and say that, then it's the right choice, I think. Even if at the time it looks like complete chaos, even if at the time it looks like hell and suffering and there's no way out, if you can look back on it in a year and say, I'm so glad that I went through that hell, and I'm glad that, if you can look back on it with no regrets, then it's the right choice. So, yeah. Anyway, I just got to think for a moment. I gotta think about how do I remember I wanted to do something with like a frame. I wanted to do something with a metal frame of some kind with this. Let me put on my thinking cap for a moment and just think about where I want to take this next. Because I wanted to do, I did want to make a final. I need to get some reference open. That's what I need to do. I need to get my reference open because I'm going to forget. I was looking at some more web design a few weeks ago, and there was something about the layout of mine I was starting, because now that I've looked at it for a few weeks, I can see that there's something still not exactly right. And I found a reference that I'm just trying to find in my bookmarks real quick. Oh, it's on. I don't think. Oh wait. Oh, hold on. Oh, I forgot the name. It's in a different profile because I have two different browser profiles. Just a minute. I gotta open my bookmarks from the other browser profile. I don't know why I've got two. I think I use one for the stream and one for just browsing. But there was a folder called like Indie Web, I think. I can't remember where I've put it, but it was a really cool website. It had like a very 60s look, but I want to see if I can appropriate that into my Feline 2005 aesthetic. What was it called? It was on the web archive. I have so many bookmarks. I really need to organize these better. No, just give me a sec. I've just got it on my other screen here. Oh, there was this. This isn't quite the one, but it's got like the 3-column layout, and this font is sort of similar, but it's not quite it. That's not what. No, this isn't the one I was trying to find. There's a different one. You keep references in your bookmarks? Yeah, I should probably not do that. There's probably a better way to keep them. Because I do want to go and browse the website as well, so I don't know where else to put them. I just put them in bookmarks. And I just have them in one big folder called IndieWeb. So I know, there's probably got to be a better way to organize it, but I'm open to suggestions. Hey, like, I don't know how I should be organizing it. If anyone has a better system than just chucking it in the bookmarks folder, I'm open to hear it. I'm just going through each bookmark one by one, just looking for the one. I'll know when I see it, though. I know when I see it. It has a certain look, and it looks sick. It doesn't narrow. I know that description doesn't narrow it down. I know. Oh, where was it? Oh, there's this one I have bookmarked called. This is kind of funny. This is one of the. This is one of the ones from the bookmarks. I don't know why I bookmarked it. I guess it's funny. It's like my rant about soy temps, and it's just this guy ranting about like, you guys should be using HTML5 and CSS, and it's like, dude, this is so real, so me. That's not what I was looking for though. Then there was this one. The origin of Microsoft Bimbos, and this is from some Japanese guy's blog from like 2001. So that was a cool little page. That's not what I'm looking for though. There was a specific. I'll give me like 2 minutes. I'll find it. Oh, where was it? Did I not save it? I don't think I saved it. Just give me a sec. Oh no, Raymond, where's your face? No, it's there. Okay, I'm the PNG. This is my true form. Okay, I've evolved. I'm a PNG tuber. Okay, that's how we're doing it now. Camera doesn't work, so actually no, the camera is working. It's just showing my real form, that I'm a PNG. I don't think I bookmarked it. Oh, stupid Raymond. Bad Dobby. He didn't bookmark the page. God. Come on. I know I bookmarked that page. I'm not crazy. It was Jimmy. He took the page out of my bookmarks. Oh. Any second now, I'm going to find it. There is one. Okay, this one was in my bookmarks, and this looks different. This looks very different than I remember, but this header image is cool. I'm not really a fan of the rest of this, but the header image is sort of what I was wanting. Something like this I like. It's cool. There was another one there. It was this very retro. Oh, maybe I'm looking in the wrong folder. Oh, yes, I'm looking in the wrong folder. Yep, I'm looking in the wrong folder. Okay, I gotta organize this better. See, I'm not perfect. I'm just a PNG. Okay, but I have one folder of websites, and then I have another one for stuff in the web archive. I got to remember, because these websites are live. These are current ones. These are not archived. So I have another folder that's just for archived websites. Like this. And a lot of them have Flash Player on them. Now... Oh, where was it? Yeah, just gotta hold on. Just be patient with me, guys. Thank you for being so patient. There's a specific reference I'm looking for. That it was in this. I know it was in this folder now. PNG Tuvement Cripps. That's it. That's me. If the 60s, does that mean when it's... Hold on. If it's the 60s, does that mean when it's getting to be all about love and peace? No. It was, maybe it was 50. I don't know. It had this very mid-century color palette. Or shape language. I think I might have actually lost it. Okay, this is another one that I found. This is really cool, but this is also, I can't do this because this is in Flash and I'm not using Flash. But this is all, interestingly, they use kind of the same sorts of shapes I was, with the same angles, these 45-degree angles. Isn't that interesting? I keep noticing, and this was also from around 2007, sorry, 2 years off. But yeah, it's kind of interesting how a lot of these things use the same aesthetics a lot of the time. Like when you actually look at the shapes. There was this other one, and then there's this third one I'm trying to find. I know it was from the web archive, and it was from 2000, I think. And it had this green and yellow stripes, but the layout of the page was really satisfying. And I think I forgot to bookmark it, now that I'm looking. But it was beautiful. Shilworm says, if the future doesn't have 45-degree angles, then I don't want it. Yeah, me too, man. Just, yep, that's the way it has to be. You know, maybe that's, what would Terry Davis say? He'd be like, God said it had to be 45-degree angles. And, yeah, I would agree. Actually, no, he did unironically say something like that once about resolutions. And, you know, it sounds crazy, but more time elapses, the more I agree. I think he said, on one of his videos, he said 640 by 480 is like the resolution, is like the covenant or something. And he's like, when he was doing his operating system, he said, God told me to make it 640 by 480, 16 color. And he had all these very sophisticated reasons why it had to be that. And at the time, I thought it was funny, but now I'm actually like, I take it seriously now. I think he was onto something. I found it. Okay, I found the thing. Here was the site I was looking. I did bookmark it after all. I'm not crazy. Okay, I'm just disorganized. That's it. Found it. So this, we'll open up one of the subpages here. This is, I don't know what it is, but it's beautiful. I love this. It's similar to what I've already got going on my site, if you'll notice. It's similar. But it's different. Like it's got the two columns, but it's proportioned just so. The only thing that's kind of different is that the header is smaller. And I don't know. I like this. Like I want mine to sort of look a bit more not the colors, but the proportions. It has to be like this. So I wanted to take a picture of this and and like use this as scaffolding of like the header size. I really like just the way the header is sized. I don't know. I like it. So I'll save this page and minimize that. Hold on, I just got a drink. Reminds me of the Phantasy Star Online menu. Oh yeah, it kind of does a bit. Phantasy Star in aesthetics are actually quite good. I was looking at Phantasy Star for environment reference a few months ago, and it's not the kind of game I'd play, but it's aesthetically really good. And it's all about aesthetics. I think that's so important. It's not about fidelity, it's about aesthetics. Okay. So I don't know if this is actually centered. Let me just double check. Horizontal. Okay, it is centered. So it is kind of using the grid, but it's aligned, so it's just a little different, I think. Oh, it's subdivided more. Okay, wait a minute. It uses smaller margins, but you'll notice that it is kind of grid aligned still. It uses 8 subdivisions. So everything's a bit closer together, which I don't know if I'll do, but I just want to look at the size of the header. I don't know why, but I love it. It's the perfect size. Like mine's too big. I think that's it's too much verticality. So that's what I wanted. Hold on. Is there a way I can put this on the other screen? There we go. I just want to look at it on my other monitor. Oh, where did it go? Okay. So, what I'm thinking of bringing my header and making a header like that other site that I had going with the, because one thing I think is missing from it is because I wanted to do this cute thing where Gabby's sitting on the website, but after looking at it for a few weeks now, it's like when you look at it at low res like this, it's too dominating. Like it's I don't know. I'm not really liking it as much now. So I want it to be like a widescreen cropped header with a cool background with like some text with the title of the website in the header in this cool. But where her chin is, that's how tall it should be. This is too much vertical space now. I thought it was cute at the time. It's like, oh yeah, we'll have Gabby sitting on it. But I'm not reading the actual page now. I'm just looking at Gabby, and it's distracting. So, yeah. So I'm thinking it's got to be better. It's got to be well proportioned. The green little tab reminds me of the ear. Oh yeah, it kind of does. Cool, very astute observation. So let me just, yeah. And then I'll probably adjust the default theme to have the same proportions as well. Cosmic says, the early 2000s web design brings me back to the olden days of state testing when I was a kid, taking standardized testing. Oh, look, I don't think I did standardized tests, so I don't. Kind of. I don't know. Maybe we do have something like that in Australia. I don't know, but I remember when I did my driving test, the design of the form is sort of like a 2000s website. So I don't know. Maybe I get what you're saying. How do I pronounce that name? Majudu says, you did the personality test. What type did you get? The one I was showing before. I think I got there's a name for it. It has a very sinister name for some reason, but it's the thinking, judgmental, intuitive introvert. They also call it the mastermind, which is a bit much. I wouldn't call it that, but that's what it's called. It's the Moriarty personality. I don't know what it's called, but that's what it's called. It's the I remember I did because I've done the test a few times over the last 10 years, and I always get the same result every time. And you get the thing, and it says, "Congratulations, you are the mastermind." And it just sounds so evil. It's like, okay, buddy, you don't have to, like, just call it something else. Like, I don't know if there's another name for it, but that was the result. So weirdly enough, because I've tried to find others and study other solo devs, and I've noticed that the ones that are actually successful, so I don't know about Toby Fox necessarily, but I know that I was looking at Jonathan Blow a lot. He's got some very interesting, I don't know, the way he thinks is interesting to me. But I think he is the same type as well, and I can tell just by how he talks, because a lot of the stuff he says is like stuff that I think in the shower or something, and it's like, huh. And then when I look at the kinds of ways he answers questions, it's like, oh, that's like, it feels like I'm saying it, and it's like, the only difference though is that he's like way older and way more experienced, so there's a bit of, he feels a bit more like a grizzled version of what I might become someday. Hopefully, I don't know. I mean, not everyone is as successful as John Blow, but that's probably why a lot of people don't like him, if I were to guess, because that archetype is very unlikable, which is probably why they don't get on in teams very well, because they are very judgmental and blunt. And I've noticed I've had this problem myself a lot. That's why with the contractor, I just left them alone, because when I have been in situations where I actually tell them what I'm thinking, they always, like, I don't know, it doesn't end well. They always end up crying or something. And it's not that I'm trying to do that. It's just that, you've seen me talk about my work here. When I'm doing my website, or if I'm doing my UI, like even just 5 minutes ago, I was like, oh yeah, the header has to be bigger. My header sucks or something. Like that's how I am. If I think something looks bad, I say it looks bad. But I know that a lot of people don't like being told. They like having it sugared with compliments or something. And I don't like it. I just like telling you, hey, your font it's wrong. You've picked the wrong color. You've whatever. And it's not to say that you suck. It's not like that. It's like, hey, here are the problems. And also everything I haven't told you is right, because I don't need to tell you it's good, because you already know. So if there's anything I'm not saying, it means that you've done everything else right. It just means that the stuff I am telling you is the problems you got to fix. And I don't know, that's how I am. And when I talk to myself like that, I can work with that. But when I talk to like that to people that aren't like that, I just notice that they don't really, they're not receptive. But I don't know how to say it otherwise. I just like to say it how it is. So those types are not so. That's another reason why they're not so good at being in a team, because they're just, a lot of people just think they're too mean. Fair enough, though. Fair enough. They're also, I mean, I don't know. I guess there is a reason they are like that, though. It's helped me out. I find that being rude to myself helps. So I don't know. Like if I wasn't as straightforward, if I tried to sugarcoat every thought I had in my own head, I'd be stuck on a lot of things. So that's a thing that's worth knowing about those types. And that actually did happen once. So I didn't say this in the video because I didn't want to get too into the personal side of it, but there was a time where during that phase, I think it was something about the buildings, I think. And it was I don't remember if this is 100% right, but I remember there was something about the billboards in the hub world and the textures were stretched. Like the logo was obviously stretched. And they did all this work and they sent me a picture of it over like Discord and said, hey, I've got the billboard textures you made in the game, but they're all stretched and used wrong. And I told them, I'm like, I see what you've tried doing, but it's stretched and you just don't stretch it. Just do it normal. There should be, like, every reference we've looked at doesn't have stretched textures, so we shouldn't have those either. And then no, there was something else too. That was one thing, and then there was something else where I told them I gave the okay on the level layout for the lab, and I said, okay, good. Now get to work on the material because we needed to make a certain material. And then the next day, they came back with another level block out that I didn't ask for, and I get what they were trying to do because they were like, oh, I just want to make it good, and I get that, but I was happy with what they already had. And they said, oh, like, I know I was meant to work. I think they forgot they were meant to do the material. And I said, how's the material going? And they went, what material? I'm like, the one I told you to make 2 days ago. And then they came back to me with a level layout that I didn't ask for. And I remember I had to kind of put my foot down there. And I said, look, like, I understand you're trying to make this good, but I was happy with what you had already. And I really need you to stay on. Like, I can't afford to pay you to do this extra stuff. Like, you have to just stay on the brief. And then he like didn't talk to me for a week after that. Like I messaged him this thing saying, I even tried to do the sandwich technique where you put a compliment at the start at the end. Because I know it's not what you want to hear, but you can't just be going off brief. So you have to stay on it. And I told him like, this is cool. I appreciate it, but I didn't ask for it. And you need to do the material. Like it's important that you do the material. And then, yeah, he just shut off and just didn't want to talk to me for a week. So I was like, well, now, then I took very hands off at that point. I'm like, all right, well, I can't tell him what I actually think. I just have to let him be to do the thing he has to do because he's trying to do the best he can. But ultimately, I shouldn't have done that in retrospect. That really should have been a sign to eject ship when I look at it now. But you learn. Anyway, so back to the design. Okay, there's another fun little story about collaborating. But yeah, I don't like doing that. I don't like having to tell people to change stuff. I can do it myself. Like I can tell myself to do it, but I know that I know that other people don't like it. But if you want to make it good, you have to do a good job. You can't just do whatever you want. So that's it's all social skills at that point, which is not everyone has. So you got to like decide: do I want to learn HR speak, or do I want to make a game? And that's the choice you got. You can either go and learn HR speak and learn to talk in a way that is inoffensive, that tiptoes around everyone's feelings, or you can just get to work. And I don't know. I know what I prefer. So I did the Thanos and I went, fine, I'll do it myself. And that's what I would prefer. Now, I'm just looking at the alignment. I'll just move this on top. Because, yeah, this is a lot thinner, and I can't do the website this thin because you wouldn't be able to read it on the actual thing. So I'm doing mine a bit wider. And there is something about this that's also not right. Oh, it's off center. See, even that, if I say something about this is off center, I don't know. I can handle when someone says that to me, but I know that there are people that would just collapse if I said that. Like, if I said, oh yeah, this needs to be moved 10 pixels because I didn't do a compliment first, they go like, oh, you're being so mean. It's like, no, I'm just trying to tell you how to make this look good. That's it. I'm just trying to help. It's nothing personal. But I guess that's the thing, is that when you work with people, it becomes personal, and I don't like when things become personal. That's why I like working with computers, because they don't, it's not personal. It's literally just you give them instructions and then they do what you tell it, for better or worse. So it means you have to get really good at giving instructions to the computer, because they will literally do exactly what you tell the computer to do. And yeah, people don't work like that. Not all the time. All right. Okay. So I gotta just think, because I know where I want the header. I know where I want the navigation. One thing I've contemplated is whether I should have a metal frame behind all of this, which I have done in previous blockouts, but I felt like when I had done it previously, the layout was still not right. But now that it is in this arrangement, well, I'll tell you what I'll do first. We'll do with the header first. We'll do that first. So, oh wait, no, I need to do a layer mask. So yeah, I think this should be the last iteration. I think it usually takes me about 3 goes before I get a design I'm happy with, and I think this might be the one. And then I want to get, sure, I'll just use the temporarily. I will use these graphics of Gabby for wherever I put this. I'll just use this as the header temporarily with the adjustment layers off. The gradient map off so it looks all sunny and cool. Because I wanted to have... I like having her sit on the page was cool, but I don't know. I wanted some... I know what I want now. It's got to be more... I don't know what the word in English is, but I know the image in my mind tells me it has to be like this, so it has to be like this. Could you make them 45-degree angles instead? Which, you mean the columns, or I'm not sure which part you mean. Are you going to add the curves? Okay, with the angles and the curves, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking instead of having these curves, I have the angles instead. That's what I'm thinking. I guess we could do that now. Might as well. If I could just find the tool, the right button, the right thing. And these layers are a little bit of a mess. Background, body. Because I do want that angular, wherever it was, like this. I want that in the look, these angles. So I guess we'll try out some of that and see how it is. And I guess this nav bar is going to be styled a bit like the menu in this menu markup, with a similar, which kind of feels correct. Now, for these cubes, I mean, the professionals would probably use Illustrator for something like this, but I'm just going to do what I want. I'm going to do Photoshop, because here's what you can do this in Photoshop. You can just create some vertices here. We'll convert this to a point. Then we'll just move this around a bit, and now you've got an angle. But how much is the right amount? I don't know. You kind of just have to get a feel for it. I'm thinking I'm using the grid to decide. I'm not just picking a random, oh, I feel like 8 pixels, or I feel like 9 pixels. No, I'm picking 2. This is 20 pixels, because I remember each group of these is 10 and 2 of these is 20. So a 20 pixel size chamfers is the way. It's the sacred number. Because I don't know, it visually just looks, if you did bigger than that, it'd be too noticeable. If you did smaller than that, you wouldn't see it. Like if you did it too big, like that's too much. That is, I don't know, it's correct. I'm not going to elaborate. It's just correct. It's what God told me to make he said to make the chamfers 20 pixels in diameter. It's the, I guess maybe you could put it like that if you want, but I don't know. That's the intuition tells me that. So that's what I'm going to do. And I think, oh, here we go. So I just got to add, convert. Yes. Now, which corners to put these on that's a question in itself. And I don't know yet. I'm just going to put them in these corners because I've done that for the others at the moment. So you could do like that. Let me just think. Is that what I want? No, it's not what I want. I want this flipped around. I want the... Yes, I want it flipped. The voice says to flip it, so I will flip it. Like that. Yes. And then this one, I will do the other way. Now... 40 pixels intrudes on the vertical space of the... Yes, that's... Yeah, funny, it does that. It does do that, doesn't it? I didn't even think of that. I mean, you probably don't have to think of that because it's all aligned to the grid anyway. So it just, you know, you just kind of solve those problems on its own accord in a way. Now, for my next trick, because I want that same shape, but I want the fill because I've got the outline and the fill on a different layer because I've got drop shadow on one of them. And I want to copy the fill from this to this shape so that they're both got that crop on them type deal. Paste fill. Yes, perfect. And yeah. And then I'm just going to copy this to the body. And I'm just gonna flip it, bop it, twist it, flip it, and or make this white. I'll keep that because I just want to keep the shape, and so I don't have to redraw with the pen tool again. I'm just gonna copy where I've got those and make the fill layer white if it lets me. Come on, yes. And the opacity is wrong. It has to be 100%. And then I guess we'll make it all 100% for the moment. And then I'm just going to take this and I'm just going to move it to that grid line. Oh, hold on, that's not quite right. I think, no, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay. All right. And then this one. Yep. I think the font, because I remember I set the font to a specific size, but on the actual page, and I think I've got it set the wrong size in this. So I need to just get another screenshot real quick of the site with the actual text in it, and we'll go save. Yeah, sure, we'll save the full thing. Why not? And we'll chuck that in. Why does it keep changing the crop? This is so annoying. Oh, okay, no, it isn't. All right. Oh. Because... How big is this window? Hold on. I think I've got... How... One sec. Because this window has to... I have a little thing here that sets my window size. And I need to take a screenshot of this with this window size. That's the problem. So we'll go save full... Because I want to make my actual canvas this size. I think I had my canvas at the wrong size. Yep, save full. Aha. And there's a reason it's this size. I don't know if I mentioned it, but yeah, the reason it's this size is because that's the size the web browser window would be if you were browsing this website on a I don't know, there's a certain model number, but if you search most common Dell monitor 2005, you will get this. You all of you have seen this type of screen. You've all seen this, right? These are like the school laptop, the school office monitor. Every office, every school computer, everywhere in the world used this exact monitor. And that's what I'm designing this for. Why? I know what you're going to say. Raymond, nobody uses the Dell 4x3 E19FFP monitor. No one uses that anymore, Raymond. Why do you care about designing it for this monitor? Well, all the old websites the best looking websites from days gone by, the most classic web design, was designed for this monitor, because this is what everyone owned. And this monitor had a native resolution of 1024 by 768. And up until recently, not very recently, but up until more recent than you'd think, up until about 10 years ago, this was still like the most common resolution. Like on the Steam charts, I think it was like 2015. Don't quote me on this. I might be wrong a few years. But I do remember being surprised that this was the year I checked it. So this was maybe in 2015 or something. The year I checked it, I found out what Steam stats were and the Steam hardware survey. And I looked up the results and I found that the majority of people were using 1024 by 768. And I was like, I thought everyone was using, I thought everyone was at 1080p by now. But no, this was, about 10 years ago, this was still the most common one. And maybe it's not the case anymore. I think 1080p is now the norm for games. But I don't know. Like I said, if you design it for SD, it'll look good in HD too. That's the rule. That's the principle I have been following. So I'm designing it so that it looks readable and good at that screen size, so that when you scale it up, it's still, because then when you use a smaller screen, you make less decisions too. It's less decisions to make, because I don't have to worry about, it's like you just have to make it look good at this canvas size. That's your only task. So you don't have to worry about all this extra stuff. I'll add gotta add like 16, I think, pixels to this, because there's a certain width that this has to be as well. Actually, I think this might be fine, because this also, because this resolution, you'll notice, is slightly smaller than 1024 768. This is to account for the Windows taskbar at the bottom and the browser thing at the top and a scroll bar on the side. So when you subtract those, this is the actual working space you get. So you'll notice that's why a lot of websites like this reference I'm looking at are super thin, because if you look at it at that screen size, that's why I have that preset. If you take this and look at it in this size, because this window size is the actual window size of the browser on that display. So imagine at the bottom, you've got the Windows taskbar, and at the top, it's just got a bit of, padding at the top. If you looked at it just in windowed mode, this would take up the whole screen on an old computer. So that's why it looks so thin, because these guys wanted lots of free space on the sides. But what I want mine to be a bit more full, because most people then will be full screening it and they'll see more of the sides anyway. And also I can barely read this too. So I'm making a little modern adjustments, right? So you see with my site at this window size, you'll notice that it's a bit more readable, with hindsight, and future foresight and hindsight in mind of the fact that we're using HD now. But but you I don't know. I think you guys get it. I don't have to over explain it. Gauze said that monitor was in my house. Me too. Yep. I think there is still one somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it might be in the closet or something. I think that I still own one of those. But yeah, that was like the monitor I first used when I was learning to use computers. It was probably on that exact monitor. When I was doing my mathletics and my PowerPoint vector art, I was doing it on that monitor. So, I think when I first downloaded Unity, it probably would have been on that monitor. Man, that's crazy. I was doing 1024 by 768. That's wow. But yeah, so I don't know. And it is a nice I just like it as a resolution. I don't care that if it's the highest res or whatever. It's a nice resolution. I like it. I really like it. It just has that vibe. It's just cool. The font's just the text size is just chill. Hold on. I didn't take a full size picture of this. It only saved it because I wanted to see what the save full. I thought I did copy full page. Yeah, because I wanted to see the actual text here. There we go. So yes, now I can yeah. So you can see here that the text is, it's just my line spacing on my actual site is a bit more I'll just do auto. Yeah, that's about... I'll just do auto in this case. Yeah, because I was happy with this font size. And yeah, it does... I need to make... I do need to make... I've got something sized a bit wrong. Oh, sorry. This is my... I've like barely slept, so I'm a bit scatterbrained today. And yeah, I'm very tired of dealing with Windows file copying. I just want to sit down and do some vector art. That's all I want to do today. Okay. I'm just trying to shrink up this border because it's too wide. No, not this layer. This layer. That's right. Yep. Because I was happy with the proportions. I want the text being on that blue line there. Oh, this needs to be even further. Okay. I was really bad at copying the... I'm basically trying to fuse the other reference and the thing I've already got going into one. Oh, where did you... I lost you guys. Where's chat? It's easier on the eyes, to be honest, says Gauze. Yeah, I think so too. There's something about the standard def is easier on the eyes. So that's what I don't know, and I feel like you do get a competitive advantage if you design something that is easy on the eyes. Because you'll be competing against, and this isn't just website, this is everything. This is the game design, this is everything. If your competitors are not thinking about that, then you will have the product that is easier on the eyes on the customer than the others, which means, like we were talking about with car design, you create an impression that works for or against your entire thing. And if your impression puts people at ease more than the others, then you will get the sale. And I know that's very like marketing corpo speak, but I think it is really not it's a lot of people think of it as like marketing and commerce, but it's art, really. I think that actual thing that's going on is it's art. It's not just business stuff. Like that's what makes it viable for business, I think. But I think the mistake is to think that it's just because it's good for business. It's like, no, it's because it's good art, and that's what makes it good business. Kind of like in Breaking Bad, and this is going to be I was thinking about this the other day. It's going to be a really strange example. But you know, who's not watched Breaking Bad? Show of hands in chat. Who hasn't watched Breaking Bad? Because I think I know what homework I'm going to give you all this week if you haven't. All of you need to watch that show. It is, as Jesse would say, the show's art, Mr. White. This is the bomb. But in the show, I don't know if any of you guys have ever asked this question of why do they make such a big deal of Walter's product being so pure, and like they have the scenes where he's like, why does he go so hard and high effort with his cooking? And you know, in the first few episodes when like he's bickering with Jesse, and Jesse's like, no, we're going to do chili powder. It's my signature. And then Walt's like, no chili powder. This is chemistry. And Jesse's like, no, Mr. White, you don't get it. It's not chemistry. It's art. The stuff I cook is art. And then they get into this like argument over like how good a job they should be doing. And what's funny is that as we see later in the episode, Walter does make art, because then, you know, they do it Walt's way, where they do it chemically with chemical precision. They cook the best batch with like 99% purity. And then Jesse's like, man, this is pure glass. This is art, Mr. White. Like, now with that, I'm just there describing the scene for those who haven't seen the show, but you really should watch it. But I don't know, does anyone ever ask like, why do they have those scenes in the show? Like, why why do they make this part of the story that Walt is the best meth cook? Why isn't he just average? Why do they make such a big deal that he is actually secretly super talented? And this, because it drives a lot of the story. It drives a lot of the opportunities he gets to work with Gus later on and all this stuff, and it leads to his eventual the fall of Heisenberg and all that. But why do they make such a big deal that he doesn't just break bad, but he also does it with excellence? Like, why does he treat this side of business that he doesn't want anyone to know about? Why does he try so hard? Why does he bother to do it chemically right? Why does he do that? And yeah, there might be character reasons, but what I'm thinking is, why did the showrunners choose that? Why did the people writing the show make this a part of the show? That the guy is actually a chemistry genius. Why didn't they just get some random guy? And I think what they're actually doing in that show is that the showrunners are kind of injecting their own attitude about how they make shows into Walt's character. So when they're there filming this, because I was watching the behind the scenes extras recently, and you wouldn't believe the amount of effort they put in to every scene of that show. That's why I love it so much and would recommend it, especially in the spin-off show, Better Call Saul. I was watching this behind the scenes extra of like the opening shot of the last season where they show like a flyby view of inside his house, and they have the government's in there repossessing everything, and they've got the close-ups of his colored ties and all this stuff. And like they were doing the behind the scenes, and they were showing how they like storyboarded the whole thing, and they choreographed every actor on the screen to be in the exact right spot. And it was, dude, if you think what I do is high effort, this is way beyond. Like, this is insane. And this was like for a 5-minute shot, which is like, only like 2% of the episode. They put in like months of planning on this. Anyway, so my point is, it seems to me like they think about their show making the same way Walt thinks about cooking, where it's got to be 90% pure. We will not make garbage, Jesse. We will produce a chemically stable product that performs as advertised. And then he ends up winning, right? Like, he ends up being the guy. He's Heisenberg. That's how he becomes the guy and he kind of cuts everyone out. He has all these territory disputes afterwards, and then he is the king. The end of the season in all the promotional material, it's like "All hail the king" or something. That's what the tagline is of the series, of the 4th season, and that's how he becomes the king. He doesn't do it by adding chili powder. He does it by being like a super, super precise with his chemistry, getting that 99% purity. And I think that's the showrunners did the same. They did their show, they filmed it, they directed and acted it, and everyone there was doing it to 99% purity in the same way that Walt would cook. And I don't know, why did I bring this up? I brought this up for a reason. I think, well, when you're selling a show or selling a game or selling a website or whatever it is, I think it's the same rules where ultimately I think, because here's the thing, the people buying Heisenberg's product, they don't know the chemistry. They don't know all the weird stuff they have to do to distill it to be just right. All they know, as Jesse says, is that they just know it's the bomb. That's literally the line. I tried it and all my friends said it was the bomb, and that's all they're going to know, and that's all I have to know. But what they don't see is all the years of chemistry that Walter did for like 20 years beforehand, before he could make the bomb. So, I don't know. There's something I noticed about that show that really, I don't know, made me think. Anyway, so that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to design the interface, the website, the game, the models to be the bomb. 99%. Because then you're going to be competing against... Because you look at the competition, they then have that crew later in the show that try to copy his formula they add the blue food coloring, and it doesn't do as well because they don't know what they're doing, and they don't have that high standard. So it's like... that's why they don't win, because they're not... they're getting cut out by Heisenberg because he's got the better stuff. So, I don't know. It's just something I thought about. Everyone thinks that the show is just about crime and drugs, but it's actually about a whole lot more than that. And yeah. Anyway, so... Oh, there's something about this I don't like. I'm just trying to figure it out. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with this. Oh, I know. I need I need spacing. I don't know. I probably have to come back and look at this a bit once I refresh my eyes, because I've been looking at this too long now. But no, this didn't look as good as I was hoping. Why doesn't it look as good as I was hoping? I don't know. In my head, this looked cooler. I'm just comparing it with the current layout, because I want it to have the same layout, but just with the header moved, and then with the feline colors. This looked cooler in my head. Oh. Well, I'm gonna try something. That's why you choose blue and white for Project Feline? No. Okay, no, that is funny. It's a funny coincidence, no. No, I didn't choose blue and white because of Heisenberg, if that's what you want. But I don't know, it's a funny coincidence though, isn't it? That would be funny. That's gonna be what people say. The people are gonna be hunting my game. It's like, I think we found the guy who made Project Feline. His product's blue. Oh man, that'd be. I don't know, but it is interesting. A lot of my influences do use blue. Funny enough. So I don't know. Maybe that means something. No, I just like blue. That's actually the real reason. I know this is super boring, but the real reason, I just like the color blue. That's literally it. I think blue's my favorite color. Hold on, because it needs. Because there's about a while ago, I had these other versions that had. Hold on. I did this thing with like a metal frame, but there was something off about it in the previous versions. But I'm gonna see if I can bring it back for this version. Give me a moment. I just gotta find it. Oh, it was in the what folder? It was in the mockups folder on one of these. Where did I put it? Oh man. Oh, here it is. No, that was a very old one. No. Did I not keep it? I didn't. Did I not keep? Oh no, it's in a different folder somewhere. There's just something bothering me about this newer one that's a bit off. I can't put my finger on what it is. It's using the same measurements as the current implementation from the HTML, because this did differ. It ended up differing a little from the Photoshop version, because paragraph spacing was too wide and all these other problems, and I made the font a bit smaller. But hold on. I got to dig. I think it's in a different drive somewhere. Aha, I think I found these other ones. Yes. Okay, here are the ones. Because with these ones, this was a bit not right. This was too much too much bevels. And I don't know. And this was another one I did. So I wonder if there are bits of this I could reuse now that I know how it should look and how it shouldn't look. Because there were some issues with these other ones where it just looked like it was floating in midair, and that's not quite what I wanted. And the font choice, I hadn't nailed down yet either. So I'm just going to close some of these other ones. Because I want to take... hold on, let me just think. Because there were bits of this I liked, but I didn't like the menus on the side. And it was too bulky. It felt too bulky. And this was too bulky. This was kind of... They had the thinner borders, which was good, but the color was wrong. And I didn't know how to... And this was too difficult to make in HTML as well, which, limits you. And this one, it just felt a bit too plain. But now that I've got a bit more of a grasp on the game's actual look, and the font choice and the spacing of the letters and everything, I'm just trying to think what needs to happen. And where's the other reference? Because it needs like the layout of this with the aesthetics of the game's UI. That's the goal, but I don't know. When I'm looking at the current thing here, there's something missing that I'm not doing right. Shablam says, I just checked the playlist. Apparently this is the 200th live stream I've done. Wow. Damn. That's cool. 200. That's a lot of practice for streaming. You'd think after 200 streams I could get my camera working. Maybe for the 201st one, we'll fix it. Yeah, it's just the floating... they need to be attached to something. I think that's what's bothering me the most about it. But there are sites I've seen that don't have it attached that still look good. And I'm trying to figure out why. The text needs more margin. Yes, I do agree it does. I'll fix that up right now. This text needs another grid space worth, so it's 4. Yeah, that's better. Give me a sec. I just gotta think with I gotta use my brain for a moment. There is another site that I've been thinking about that I'll try and dig up real quick. How many windows do I need? I don't need this many windows open. Because then there was this site I found. But there was another that I've also... Because this is a bit different because the header is taking up the full width. I don't know if it actually scales. Okay, it doesn't scale. But it's wider than what I'm doing, so that could be why it's different. But no, there was some other guy's site I was looking at that... the contents weren't very readable, but the header image was really... the placement of everything was nice as well. And I'm going to see if I can dig that up real quick. Now, and this will... Maybe I can segue into this other problem that's also... I was going to talk about before, but forgot. Because the other thing is the name. What do you call a site like this? And if you go and look around, here's some references, right? You'll notice something that all of them have, unique names. Like this one, I don't know if ribic.org. Some of them don't have the best names. But some of them have cool names like Gamera. That's kind of cool. It's like gamer, but camera combined into one word. And that all those principles about impression, first glance, what judgment people make, applies to names as well. I think I said last week, I've been trying to think of a name that gives you an emotional instant impression. Oh, I found that this was another site I was looking at. I don't know. It's some artist guy. Now, I don't like the text on this because I can't read it. I just find it hard to read. But the margins, width, and everything I do like. And this header image is my favorite one out of all the ones I've looked at. So I'm just trying to think, what is because this is all... Oh, it does have a background element grouping everything in after all. Okay, I can work with that maybe. But as I was saying, the name is a thing. You'll notice that these all have kind of cool names, like Millennial Futurism is cool. It's a cool name. Gives you an impression about what the site is. I actually don't even know what this is for. That's the thing, is that I already remember how this site looks, and I remember its name, and I don't even know what's on the site. I haven't even read through any of this, but it has a bunch of stuff. But just the design, I think, is like, yeah, this makes me remember it. And the name. It has to be both of the design and the name. So I'll write it in Notepad so you guys can see how a name looks when spelled out is also a thing you have to think about. So I've got a few ideas, and you guys can tell me what you think of these. So some of the names I've been thinking about this site is just something safe, like Ray's Room, because it's sort of like this room, but, in a website. There's also been, what other names have I thought of? One of you suggested Raycast, kind of like, game dev raycasting. And then a few other, what was the other name? There was like 4, but I think I narrowed it down to 3 names. And these are the ones I'm contemplating at the moment for what to call it. So that, this will affect the domain name you type in. It has to be something that you would remember to type in, because I don't want to just rely on you like scanning a QR code or something. Like, I know that's what everyone does now, but my phone doesn't have a QR scanner on it even, so I don't even think about, for me, the way I would look, it's like, well, all right, if I hear about a site or something, it has to be that I can remember the name, so I can just memorize the URL. So it can't be some overcomplicated URL. It can't have, it can't be like long. It has to be short, memorable, easy to spell, looking good when typed out aesthetically, and it has to make you feel something as well. So it's a very strict criteria, and that's why I'm typically not so good at coming up with names. And then there was the, I think when I was looking at the BOGO Zone website, I was thinking, it'd be cool if it was named something like a place as well. And that, I think, I'm not sure if that's, now that it's been like a week, I'm not sure if it's, like, that would be cool, but I cannot think of a name of a place. I have a hard time with it. So I've picked things, I guess this one is sort of the closest to the name of a place, being a room. But yeah, I don't, because, yeah. So these are the sort of what I've narrowed it down to, and each of these has sort of a meaning to it, I guess. This is just kind of it's just my room. So it's just kind of like the geographic name. It's, it's a place, but I'm not sure what this name means to anyone else. I don't know if you hear about Ray's Room. I don't know. Like, I don't have an image in my head or anything. It doesn't make me imagine anything. So that's the only thing I'm a bit hesitant of with the names of places. I didn't know to think of this at the time, but it's not necessarily that it has to do this, but it's nice if when you have a name, it creates an image in your head of something. And I don't know, this doesn't really do it, but it is easy to spell. It's got alliteration, and it's kind of accurate to what it is, I guess. Then there was this one, which one of you in Discord suggested, which is like kind of a play on the, the game dev term Raycast, but it's just, because my name is Ray. It's kind of funny. So you have some kind of URL with the word Raycast in it or something. But yeah, this is also kind of like, it sounds cool and it looks cool, but I don't feel anything really when I hear the name. Then there's this one, which it looks very different from these other examples. And this is based on like some crazy Jungian psychology, analytical psychology stuff that I find interesting. So it's a bit more of a personal name that means more to me, but it's sort of based on the porus eternus. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's in Jungian psychology. It's like the idea of the inner child self. You might have heard me talk about this in my devlogs a few times, but there is the concept in Jungian psychology is the inner child is like the innocence or the part of you that, I guess, I don't know, it's an important part of you that you shouldn't abandon. It's like you're authentic, who you really are before you were shaped by the world. And there is a dark side to eternal. That's what Porus Eternus means. It's Latin for eternal child, and I've just spun it on my own into forever child because I think it sounds cooler. But the idea of the eternal child, there's like the light side, which is the divine child, and then there's the man child, which is the negative. That's when you've maladapted the inner child, and you, instead of generating and incorporating that into you, you degenerate and you become, you collect Funkos or whatever men children do. So there's a light and dark side to that name, but I thought it'd be an interesting thing to try. So I don't know. It's those are my current contenders for what I might call this thing. So that you type in one of these into the address bar and you have like a logo with one of these words that in the header. That's I don't know. So that's kind of what I don't know what I'll pick yet. But yeah, I don't know what you guys think of that. You guys like Raycast? Sounds cool. Raycast feels the most something like gamerer. Yeah, I guess it does a bit. Indicates the tone. You think so? What do you guys think? Like when you see the word Raycast, what image comes to your head? I'm curious. Cause I don't know. Cause when I think Raycast, I think of, coding when it's like Raycast, like Gabby's wall run code or something, which is not really what I want to be thinking. But I think of very technical things when I read this word. But I want to pick a name that also means something to people that don't know what raycasting is or they don't have a technical background. Just someone that's like a gamer that, has never touched code. I want them to be able to read it and go and feel something and go, oh, what's this about? Yeah, I don't just want to pick a codey kind of name where it's like it's a programming in-joke or something, because I'd imagine most of the audience I want to have when I finish this game are not programmers. They're just normal people. So it needs to be something that appeals to the everyman. So I don't know. These are just my current. Cybershell says, I just think about code. Yeah, that's why I think I had a feeling a lot of people would want this one because it reminds them of code. And it's like, okay, cool. But for anyone that hasn't done coding, they won't know what this means. So there's that too. But it does, when you remove the code and you just pretend for a second that you've never touched code, there is kind of a, linguistically, like the name sounds, it's 2 syllables, so it's nice. The word the AYCA is cool. I don't know why, but I'd like those combinations of letters. Raycast it sounds cool to pronounce. It looks cool, but I don't know if that's just like the visual, the audio affectation, or if it's like people like it because it reminds them of code or something. So I don't know. I gotta sit on it for a bit. I've never been good with coming up with names, so. That's the part. It's very hard for me. There was another one. There was a fourth one that I wasn't sure whether I would do as a name, but I don't know if this is too abstract because I wanted something kind of abstract that made you like, you look at it and you don't know what it is, but you have to know. And a lot of my favorite names of other things have that thing to it where even, I think kind of Project Feline accidentally does this, because I didn't do this on purpose for the game, but when you read Project Feline, maybe, I don't know about you guys, but I have had people ask me, like, what is Project Feline? Like, what does the name mean? And it's like a name where they don't instantly know, but it's interesting enough that they have to ask, which is, I think, a good goal to have for a name, is that you don't know what it is, but you have to it's like, I just got to find out what this means. Because it's interesting enough for you to care enough to find out. Whereas I think a bad name is that you don't know what it means and you don't care to find out. That's a bad name. But I think an interesting name is something kind of like what Project Feline's doing. Because it does mean something. There is more to it than just, it's the code name for the project. It also was that, but it's developed into something a bit more. But you won't know from a first glance. You have to kind of dig, and then you find that hidden meaning to it. So yeah, So that's yeah, that's been kind of my another dilemma in the way. Anyway, I was gonna do something here. Aha. So yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna take this border. I think I know what to do. Because there has to be padding around these elements. It has to be a body element, a container, if you will. And I think I know I think I know what it has to do. So I'm going to have it with this chamfered edge too. Hayden Decker says Ocean Eyes is cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's got, because it might sound a bit random, because the thing is, I guess that's difficult, is I guess you guys only really know, in terms of my work, because I haven't published my magnum opus yet. So there's a lot about me you can't really tell from my name. And that's how you guys all know me. You know me as the John Feline, Project Feline, or me, my actual name. So to come up with an actual, like, because you notice how other devs, they don't go by their names. A lot of, like, some of them do, but you know, you'll hear about names like Concerned Ape or Toby Fox or Pirate Software even. Like, you notice how they all pick pseudonyms. And I don't know. I've never had a good eye for pseudonyms. I never know what to come up with. I always come up with the cringiest names for that sort of thing, so I just don't do it. But I think, I don't know, if there's an opportunity here where I can kind of make it into a pseudonym or have a name that's cool, that gives you a feeling, I want to take it if I can. And if last resort, if I can't come up with anything, I'll just use my name. But, you know, I like to try and pick something that's like got some abstraction to it that gives you a sense of attitude, which I don't know, maybe you do get from my name. I'm not sure. I don't know what comes to mind when most people think of my name, but you know, because if you pick the thing is, if you pick the wrong name, then it actually does make a difference. If you pick a name that's boring, hard to pronounce, or mundane, or easily confused with another brand, then that's a big mistake. It doesn't really matter then the amount of work you do on other things if the name is forgettable. So, yeah. Crazy Ray Feline. Is his name not Toby Fox? I don't think it is. I think that's like a pseudonym, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe that is his real name. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's not his real name. Yeah, no, his real name is Robert Fox. So I guess it's a nickname. It kind of is his name. But his real name is Robert Fox. So, but I guess it just so happens that his actual name he goes under is a cool name, Toby Fox. Like it's a good, it's you know, short, easy to remember. Toby, 3 syllables. It's actually quite a good business name. His pseudonym, who he actually does have a pseudonym, is Radiation, and he doesn't seem to use it as part of it. Okay, I didn't know that. Cybershell says, one interesting thing about names is their meaning. Subconsciously, I pick random names for characters, and the meaning describes the personality perfectly. Yeah, because I've had that with my character names, but naming a character and naming a website or a brand is a bit different. I can't name a brand. You can't name your brand like a person's name or something. I don't know, maybe you can. But yeah, with Gabby, I had that as well. Where if you actually look up what Gabby means, it's short for Gabriella, and it's a biblical name that means strength of God. And I named this character when I was like 9, and I had no idea I just thought, oh, I like that name, it's cool, I'm gonna pick it, and I didn't really think about it. But the more I've been developing, I don't know if this is because I had picked the name already or whatever, but it actually kind of describes her more and more as developments continued. And it fits better and better as time goes on. So I wouldn't have picked another name for her, no. But again, it's different because, you know, those names already exist. Like, you could just go and look up, or you can meet someone that has that name and just use it. which is what I do for my character names. If I meet someone that has a cool name, I just steal it and go, all right, that's going to be a character name now. Kind of like what they did, I think in Seinfeld, they did that for Kramer. Like one of their neighbors was actually named Kramer, so they just stole the name and used it for the character. And I don't know, it's hard to do for a website name. I can't call my website Robert, you know? I'm going to introduce you guys to my cool new site. It's called Robert. Yeah, you know? Like you can't, it doesn't really work. So, I don't know. But in terms of these subconscious meanings, like I don't know if there's any deeper meaning for Raycast. I just know it's maths, and I don't really care for maths too much. But these other two ones, you know, you've got, this name has a psychological underpinning on the Porus Eternus archetype. And then this one is named after my favorite album of all time. But it isn't just the name of the album that's like interesting, because the actual name of the album has the deeper meaning as well that I really vibe with. And it's like, I think I've got a poster of it just here somewhere that has a little excerpt about what that name means. Because this was Owl City's, now we're getting into the Owl City rant that you were probably predicting when I started talking about music. But his first studio album was named this. And it sounds like this is a name that actually accomplishes all the goals that I am trying to do. And he named his album this. And the whole album has this sort of beach vibe. The lyrics have very ocean beachy imagery to it. Like the song titles are things like Saltwater Room, Cave In, Tidal Wave, Umbrella Beach. Like it's very beach themed. The album cover is also blue and white. Wow, what a funny coincidence. It's my favorite color scheme all over again. And also, but it isn't just an aesthetic name. It also means something. And if you know certain information about the author, you realize what this actually means. So I used to follow his blog, which is part of the reason I wanted to build my own site to do my own version of it. But his blog that he did I think he started the blog after he made the album. And he talked about why he picked that name. And it was like, because the artist Adam Young, who's the lead, he's the guy of Owl City. He grew up in the Midwest, and the furthest place from the Midwest is the beach. And his whole thing was he used to spend his days at work daydreaming, just as escapism. And he would daydream about the ocean because that was the furthest thing away that he could imagine, because he'd never seen the beach. It was the furthest thing from him. And his first song that he ever wrote was called Hello Seattle, because that was the furthest city from where he was. And Seattle's by the ocean. So he had this very interesting obsession with the beach. And I kind of grew up around the beach as well, personally. So I had a really cool thing where I would listen to his music about the beach in terms of like, this is what someone who's never seen the beach imagines it's like. And then I can actually go to it and, I can kind of connect. I can like make the connections of what he imagines it like and the magic that he sees in it. And I could like overlay it on top of the real thing. And I don't know. I thought it was really cool. I enjoyed listening to that kind of music, especially near a beach. But there's more to it, where because of that kind of fascination, he was also obsessed with this idea of like, if you are that guy that's daydreaming all the time, nobody would know it, would they? Like if you're this innocuous little guy who just, you just see him at the grocery store or something, you don't know what's going on in his head at all. He's got this whole inner world that you've never seen. And it's this idea that there's more to someone that meets the eye. That's kind of the theme of that name. So when he named it Ocean Eyes, it was like, because he thinks his muse is the ocean. At least from what I can tell. And you know how they say the eye is the window to the soul? So I don't know, I thought it was kind of cool where for him, what it means is that's the eyes you would see on him if you knew him type thing. Where if you look beyond, the surface, if you realize that everything is never as it seems, which is one of the lyrics in his hit songs. And if you realize... what was I going to say? If you look beyond the surface, into what's going on in his head, you will see that there's more to someone than meets the eye. you will see the ocean in the eye, kind of thing. If you know, I know this sounds super weird. I know this sounds very abstract and artsy, but I don't know. It's a name that I think is really cool for that reason. And the cool thing about album names is that they aren't trademarked. So you could technically use, like, there's no one owns this name. You could use it. So it's something I thought about of, oh, I should consider this as well. Because I really vibe with it as a concept, even though I didn't come up with it, you know, as like from scratch as much as this other person. The message of what it means is something I like really believe in. And there's another little aspect to it where it isn't just there's more to someone that meets the eye and like seeing into someone's actual soul. But it's also, I think, there's something about intentionality and the ideas that I think are cool that tie into it as well. Where, you know how I keep rambling about everything has to look intentional and you have to be kind of making things look good for the right reasons. The first song on this album is about that same idea, weirdly enough. It's about staying true to your intentions. And I know this sounds super weird, but if you go and read the lyrics, there's a certain line that says, if my intentions stray, I'll wrench them away and take my leave. And it's, I don't know, I probably thought way too much about it, but I didn't notice it at the time, but 15 years later, I understand what it means. And it's like, it's about kind of staying true to what you want and not compromising on your intentions, which has been a huge part of Project Feline's development. So there's a lot of, I know there's probably lots of very unexpected reasons why I like this name, but yeah, I thought it was a candidate I was considering, but I don't know if it's too weird or, if it'll I don't know if it's going to compete. Like, I don't know what the SEO on any of these is like either. So that's something else to consider. But, you know, Gabby has blue eyes too. So I don't know if maybe, I don't know. So yeah, those are just some, I don't know, some thoughts on those names, what they all mean. I don't know. Because I don't know, I get an image in my head when I think of those bottom two. And I don't know, it's cool. Anyway, what do you guys think of that? Does that sort of speak to your soul? That's what a good name should do, I think. It should speak to the soul. Gorsevid says, I love Our City. Yeah, hell yeah, me too. Even the name Our City does that too. You know, he's got some good names. Even the name Our City has that kind of, you have to know what does that mean? I got to find out what this means. But of course I can't use that name because, you know, that would be an SEO disaster. And I think that is actually trademarked, so I can't go there. But if he hadn't picked those names, I probably wouldn't have found his music. Like, I don't know what it is, because I like the music and I like how it sounds. But to sell an album, and he probably understands this better than anyone, to sell it, even an album, you have to do more than just the music. You know, you have to make people want it before they've heard it. You have to be at the records, and people don't do this anymore, but back in 2009, when people used to buy CDs, you had to be the album on the shelf that people wanted before they heard your music. Just from the cover artwork and the name, they had to go, oh, I wonder what this is about, or something. And they had to know already before they listened, before they even heard what you were doing. They had to know. So that's kind of what I think a good name has to do as well. It has to do that. It has to make you want it before you know what it is. So yeah, that's the thing. I'm looking at these and it's like, do each of these pass that standard? Does Ray's Room do that? Does Raycast do that? Does Forever Child do that? Does Ocean Eyes do that? Does it make you want to know before you even have seen it? And that's a really difficult question. I don't know. So you know, that's a tough question. What's Gabby's favorite band? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't asked her that. What's my muse? I have multiple. I don't know how to explain my muse. I know what it is, I don't know how to say it in English though. Like I don't know the words to describe my. I don't know. I have to think about that a bit. What is it? I don't know. It's because a muse can be a lot of things. Um, God, that is a. No one has ever asked me that. That is. I've never even asked myself that really. I just kind of know it, but I don't know how to. I've never had to explain it to someone. I don't know. That's a good question. It's there's a certain combination. It isn't. I don't think my muse is an object. It's not a singular object. It's like a combination of of aesthetics that show in different things. So there'll be, if you look at, because some people, they'll have like a person as their muse. And there's a degree to which that's true for me too, but it isn't the fact that it's a specific person. It's like it's an aesthetic thing where there'll be certain things and ways things go together that will show on, certain people's faces or in certain fonts or in certain layouts of websites or in certain graphical elements or in certain anime poses. And it's like exists beyond the object. It's in the, I don't know. So that's why I have a really tough time explaining what that is. But if you showed me a bunch of references or images, I would pick out the ones and know which one has the spirit of what I would call my muse in it. But I don't know how to explain it. I just know it somehow. Like Gabby has these elements. She didn't always. Her old model didn't have all these elements. Her new model does. But it isn't it isn't her that's the muse. It's something about her, not her itself. I don't know. Something about the way she is looking at you here. The way that the I don't know. The way the hair sways a certain angle, the eyes being a certain proportion. Like, I don't know exactly what it is, but you could take another character that had a similar rules, and that would also be in that muse category, even if it wasn't Gabby exactly. So I don't know how to describe it exactly. It's yeah. But I would say there's a lot of, I don't know. I have to think about that one. Maybe your muse are things with a potent attitude. Oh. Maybe that's, yeah. I like that. Maybe that is what it is. I think that's some of it. When I think more about it, it's potent. That's a good word. Potent attitude. Because you see it in this, right? This, to me, I feel potent attitude in her eyes. Those are the right words. But there's another side. There's the potent attitude combined with what is it? Innocence. That's the word. Combined with innocence and I guess youth, maybe, if that's a word. Because a lot of the things that I think are cool have those elements where they're potent, they have a strong attitude in it, and they kind of stay young in terms of their, like the porous Eternus, but in the positive way. They stay divine and evergreen. They don't age. And I don't mean it as in like, it's, the muse is an actual child, but it's more like the appeal endures. The appeal doesn't age. You know how you have like timeless art styles that just never get old? Never get old? Like, that's what I mean. It isn't that it's the young, it's that it doesn't get old, which is not, I don't think it's the same. It's a timeless appeal plus innocence plus potent attitude. I would say the muse it would be something that has all of those, I would say. Now, what specifically that would be, I don't know. I just know it. I don't know how to show it or what it means or what object has all of those, but it just, I don't know. I just know that that's what it is. So maybe I should explore that more. Maybe that'll help me come up with a better name or something. Timeless whimsy. That is a good, yeah. Yes. True. Anyway, I got to get back to that background element. Sorry, I got super distracted with names there. But now you're giving me ideas now. So maybe maybe later it'll hit and I'll come up with something. Oh, where's the object? Oh, here it is. Because this has to have a fill. There we go. But not like that. It's the wrong color. And actually, I don't know what color this has to be yet. What color does this have to? I don't know. Yeah, I'll just leave it at this for the moment. Oh, what was what was that reference I was looking at? I had that open. Okay, they do like a. Okay, I think I might know what to pick. Okay, now I'm getting real hungry. That's probably why I'm having a tough time picking. But I want to get at least something that I'm half happy with first before I stop. Yeah, we'll do this for the moment. And oh, no. Oh, it's actually kind of similar to the color I had already picked for this one. But I think it's, I don't know, there's something about, I don't know, maybe I am too hungry. Maybe my creative juices have exhausted, I don't know. But there is I'm just looking at all this reference. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of ideas now. Face cam broke? Yeah. It's I've got this weird problem now where I can't have the camera and the microphone working at the same time. I don't know why. It started like a week ago. So that's another problem I have to fix. Yeah. I can have it one or the other. I either have the camera and the bad audio, or I have the good microphone and the PNG. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So it's, yeah. Cosmic says, not opposed to the, I don't know, to what, to the name. I don't know. I'll have to think more about it. Ty Michelle says, like if Gabby's childhood nickname was Ocean Eyes. Oh, that'd be kind of funny. Yeah, actually, maybe. That's giving me something to think about there. Yeah, because maybe I can work that into Gabby's character. Because, oh no, I won't say it. I'll think about it. All right. I don't know, guys. Help me out here. There is something wrong. I've tried to implement this HUD design. I forgot where the document was now. It was in here somewhere. Into this sort of website layout, but I don't know what it is, but it looked better in my head, and I'm now stuck. I'm afraid. Why can't I just... You know how like when you... I don't know, maybe artists will relate. You know when some days you go to draw and you just can't draw? I'm having one of those days, I think. Sometimes you just can't design for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, come on. Where does this... Why... Okay, why did I put this all on one layer? Stupid. Bad Dobby. Call this aside. Because I want to see how this looks if I... No, not if I do that. No, come on, transform tool. I just want you to copy the whole layer. I just want... Yeah, I just want you to copy the whole layer like this. Just pretend for the moment that it's got different text in each one. Okay, I can't be bothered to change it yet. Just from a glance... No, this looks bad. I'm going to say it. It looks bad. God, this looked way cooler in my head. Why the hell? This always happens. I hate it. This looked... Oh, man. But the general proportions, it's just the colors and the accents are all wrong. Maybe I can't use the HUD design on a web design after all. Because this was not... The accents and colors I picked are meant to be... Maybe that's why. Because it's meant to look good on a game screen, not on a page. And the difference is that... Now let me think this through. So in the game, it would look better with this blue gradient overlaid because the background is moving. Whereas on a web page, it's not. And I feel like my eye's drawn too much to these boxes. More than they should be. Okay, I didn't think of that before. Because it really, I don't know. I really thought this would look cool, but it doesn't with these side panels, unless there's something else that I'm not thinking about. Unless there's something missing here. What would it be though? I don't know. I'm so tired. My brain's just dead. I hate when this happens. I always whenever I leave my chair, I have to have done something I'm happy with. And I hate when I have those moments where I don't have something I'm happy with and I'm just exhausted. The layout of the Raymond site might not be entirely compatible with the Project Feline. Now I think it is. It's just I don't know. I just haven't figured it out yet. Like, the 2-column layout works on a lot of things. Like, it worked on this reference here, which has a different aesthetic than my stuff. And it can work. I don't know. It can work. It has to be done right. I just don't know the combination of boxes or whatever. I have to have the right... I don't know. Maybe the border's blue. I will try. I just really... Because I don't want to stop until I'm happy with it. Because I really don't like... I have this weird thing. This doesn't always happen, but I get into moods sometimes where I can't put it down until it's right. So I'm having one of those days. I'm not... Like, I want to just give up, but I can't. It has to be right. I don't even know where I almost just want to delete all this and just start over. I've got too many folders. This is what happens when I try to work too much in stream. That's why I like being alone. But no, I gotta get the stream hours up. Gotta get monetized. Gotta bring in the, got to be more consistent with my output. So I don't like any of this now. This all looks bad. Oh, I'm just trying to figure out, because I know that it's staring me in the face, but I just can't see it. I know that it's super obvious. And the minute I figure it out, I'm going to be like, oh, of course it was this. But I just can't. I don't know. I just can't see it at the moment. I'm just going to turn all this off for the moment. I'm just going to turn it all off. I'm going to turn off the background. Maybe I try to do it with too many things turned on. I don't know. I'm going to make this gray. Just a gray background for the moment. What is going on? Why is this wrong? Let me just think. I have another idea. I'll get another idea. I don't know if this is the greatest, but it's something. I'm going to turn off this text. I'm just going to make this whole column just one big blue column. Kind of like the current version with my red column, but it's going to be blue. I don't know if this will... Actually, maybe this won't look that good. No, it has to be... No. I can't... I don't know. It just has to look... the column in my head looks cooler, but when I have it here on the page, I don't know. There's something there's another reference I need to look at real quick. It was like the old Bakugan website. They had something like this going on. web.archive.org. There's something about the old Bakugan website that is doing this thing. What the hell is... No. What's the... I don't think I actually remember what the URL was now. I thought it was just Bakugan.com. Oh, here we go. Okay, we'll go back to 2012. Because the versions before that don't work, because they're Flash. Because these guys had something that was sort of... oh, what's this? Okay, this didn't show up last time. USA, sure. I know I was supposed to click on Australia, but I didn't. Oh, lovely. Not available. Yeah, that's great. Almost maybe you shouldn't have put this on the web archive if it's not available. All right, we'll go back further. We'll go back to 2011. Oh no, we'll go to 2013. I think this is the version that I'm looking for. That actually shows you the page and not just a language select. Please don't go insane. I'll try. Okay, here we go. Okay. So there... this is the home page. I haven't seen the home page before, but this is something quite cool. But I think I was looking at I think it might have been this page I was looking at. And they do the 2-column layout, but they hide it really well, so you don't notice it's a 2-column layout, but it is a 2-column layout. Yeah. So do you guys notice it? I don't know if you guys notice, but it's actually using the same 960 grid 2-column layout. I'll get rid of the oh. I'm trying to get rid of that thing. The big banner at the top. I want to get rid of that. There we go. So if you actually look at this page, I mean, this is cool. Like, this is the look it should have. And you can see I've got some similar stuff going on here. But this is obviously a bit more masculine and more Bakugan looking. But in terms of the emotion, the feeling, the vibe, it's like what I want. But it is 2-column. They've just hidden it very well, right? And it has this cool header thing at the top. So I need to look at this and combine it with these other ones and see if I can, because I'm starting to see similarities between all of these now. If I can just get a full page screenshot, copy, and we'll paste it. Oh, no, wait. Got to make sure it's the right size window. Because remember, this is designed to be looked at this resolution. So, and you'll notice that it fits perfectly in that the width of this page is perfectly sized to work on one of those old Dell monitors. Very interesting. But they are very loose with their margins. Like, the margins are much smaller. Because I guess this was from a bit later on, right? So compared to this site, if you look closely, it is the same layout, actually. Like, I know people go, oh, the layout doesn't work. But no, it's the same. It's got a column on the left, a column on the right, and a header. It's just that the styling hides it. You don't notice it. But if you were to flip this, because they put the column on the other side, that's why you don't notice. But if you flip it around and just look at where everything is, you've got the same elements. You've got header, like that. You've got the body, like this. And then you've got the aside. That's what it's called in HTML. It's just these guys have it really thin. And these guys, excuse me, they do it really thick like this. So, I just don't know. Hold on, there's just something a bit wrong. Oh, that's why, because it's got this gap with the scroll where the scroll bar is. That's why it's got a gap there. So I just want to I don't know. I just want to see, because this is also grid aligned, by the way. It's all like that. I just want to see like maybe I should try something with bigger margins and stuff like this with a similar, because they have a lot more room on this header than what I'm doing. So actually no, it's about the same. If you actually look at where the header elements end, it's about the same as where I've put my line. It's just they've got a bit of padding. So, but this is you notice that the look of this is kind of similar to my my buttons on Feline with the chamfered edge. It's just they've done it a little different. So what makes this look cool and mine look not cool? Because I know that there's something in there that's bothering me. Just trying to figure it out. Well, we'll start with, okay. So yeah, there's my little element from the HUD from before, and you can see that they're using that same angular stuff on the corners of things. Okay, maybe I will bring back the aluminum background. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to keep it at first, but maybe it will work as long as I know where to use it and why. Okay, it was this layer. I'm going to copy this into the new document, whatever. What did I call this? I don't think I've saved this document yet. Here we go. So there's my, I made this layer with smart filters, I think. I didn't want to rely too much on textures though. I want it to look kind of, I think, yeah, just bear with me a second. I just want to see how it looks. Okay, I think I know what I want now. What I'm going to do, it's similar to what I did in this one, because I don't want to use texture. I know that skeuomorphism, it's cool, I like it, but I know that I will be too tempted to overdo it. I want to see if I can do it just with colors and gradients and not textures. Those are because the game does, because Unreal, I don't know how to implement skeuomorphism in Unreal, so I don't want to do it. So I don't want the website to have it either. I want it to look as though that the website and the interface and everything are made in the same software, even though they're not. So maybe I'll just get rid of these I'm going to just hide the outlines on these at the moment, because I think that's kind of throwing me off as well. And these I'm going to turn off all the shadows and effects on this. I think that's just, it's distracting me from the measurements and the, the stuff I should be thinking about. I'm trying to put in all these styled elements in too early. So now with all that off, I can see, where's Bakugan? I need to have this, I want to have this open on another window just so I can, because, yeah, I think I'm starting to see it now. Everything's too thick. This too much padding, too thick. That's why it looks lame. That's why I don't like it. So anyway, we're getting somewhere now. So I'm going to thin these to like one grid space. Why did everything just move? What did I just do there? All my windows just moved. All right. What do you mean by skeuomorphism? Oh, it's like, did you ever own an iPhone 4 or an iPhone 3? It's like, when you design, kind of like the Bakugan website, it's doing this here. Not to an extreme degree, but it's like when you design things to look like they're made out of real materials. So these little borders they have are made of aluminum, or the buttons that look like they're made of plastic, or what, I don't know, they don't apply this everywhere, but this sort of logo where it's got the chamfered bezel with the gradient metal, like it's to get that textured real look. That's kind of what skeuomorphism is. That's why in the old iPhone icons it was all looked like it was made of glass. I think Apple are doing that again now, apparently, where they're doing a new UI with the similar, it's like a modern skeuomorphism. But Windows Vista, Windows 7, you know, that was sort of that was the aesthetic, or one of the principles of the aesthetic that is why it looked that way. Like this sort of stuff where you've got the Notes app and it actually looks like yellow pad paper, when you've got the calculator with buttons with actual texture on it that looks shiny, that resemble a real physical calculator, or switches like that's what skeuomorphism is. The thing is, I want to do it someday for something, but I think a lot of people don't know how to use this properly because you get so much choice, and I just know you can overdo it and age the UI if you don't know how to properly use it. And what I mean by that is, because I've done this, where it's like, oh, it's got gradients and like, oh my god, this is so cool. And yes, it's cool, but if you don't have good foundations, if you don't know how to use it, adding things like these soft glows or these shiny buttons, like it's more choices, more decisions. And if you don't know how to use those decisions properly, it's decision fatigue. And I think I'd be better at it now than a few years ago, but I don't think I'm ready. I haven't earned this style yet, it feels like. I feel like what I should be doing, what my voice tells me I should be doing, is you should make it look good just with simple colors, lines, shapes, and maybe some gradients, if, you know, on occasion. And then, if I can master that, then I've deserved the next level, which is, you know, would be skeuomorphism or something. But I feel like I don't deserve to do that style if I can't even make flat colors look good. I think that's the reason why it all looked good, is that the people that brought in skeuomorphism in the 2000s had gone through the DOS era and had gone through designing, you know, for terminals or something. Like those guys had earned it because they had designed on low fidelity first, and they earned and built the technology to render high fidelity designs like that. So that's why when they do it, it's good. And why any of us would try it, it would probably not look as good, because we haven't earned it. We've inherited all the technology from those people. Okay, now we've got these super cool computers that they built for us, but we don't know, like we didn't, what do they call it? Like weaning, when a baby like gets their teeth or something. Like we didn't wean ourselves on the same things they did. And they weaned themselves properly and chewed the right food. And, you know, if you want to, whatever analogy you want to use, they got their soft foods before the hard foods, you know, like they knew they knew how to intentionally use and command the space with less first before they went into all the gradients and everything. And that's why most people that try and copy skeuomorphism do a bad job now, because they just skip straight to the skeuomorphism first. So it's tempting. I really want to do it someday, but I don't think this is the project for it. I know that if I pick that, it's too many choices. I'm going to be sitting here like, oh, how amount of gradient should I put? Should I, like, I don't want to make those choices. I just want to get just the simple stuff. And if I can't even do that, then, you know, skeuomorphism is going to be really overkill. So, okay. It's, I mean, yeah, like even this, I'm having a tough time with even making this look good. So you imagine how much more complicated it is if I try adding shiny things or textures or whatever, what have you. So it's just getting the right color, getting the right... I think the silver I do kind of like, because Gabby's armor is sort of this color, so maybe I will keep it like that. But I think this whole thing of me doing this has to be flipped around the other side, I think. Like this. And then this has to be bigger, actually, this thing. All right. Oh, come on. Because I want it to kind of line up with this. But Oh, actually, that looks bad. That looks so terrible. Maybe not. Unless there is a way to do it. Like that. I don't know. Yeah, because the evenness is wrong. I guess we'll just leave it as it was. I want the corners on that side. But yeah, the gap in the middle looks a bit too much. I don't know. But yeah, then I'll bring the text back in. And I think this needs to be bigger. I think the reason I don't like it is because it's too... it's got to be... I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Well, we'll see. It has to be... certain... I don't know. I don't know. My eyes are so tired, I can't tell anymore. Maybe if I make them capitals. No. I think I'm running out of steam. But oh man, I don't want to leave it like this. This sucks. So I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out, because I want to have the same aesthetic as the HUD. Maybe it is hard to do on a website after all. So I just have to think. I don't know. What do you guys reckon? You deserve skeuomorphism? No, I don't. No, I don't. No. If I did deserve it, I would be able to get through this one design without losing my marbles. Coesta says not just materials, but rather than any user interface element look like it's real. Yeah, and it's really cool. It is a cool aesthetic, but it's you gotta be the guy. It's like the way I feel about it. I'm like the guys that use skeuomorphism. They're like Mike, and I'm like Jesse, right? In the scene in Breaking Bad where they've got Jesse as like the wingman to Mike. And he's just going around on the drive-alongs with him, and he's just doing nothing. And then Jesse's like, "Well, that's why I'm here, right? I'm your backup. I'm the guy." And then Mike's like, "No, you are not the guy. You're not capable of being the guy. I had a guy, but now I don't. You are not the guy." And that's how I feel when confronting skeuomorphism and those high fidelity styles. I feel like it's like approaching a Mike Ehrmantraut energy. And it's like, that's why I love this style, because I'm meant to do it. And it's like, you are not the guy yet. But then Jesse does become the guy later, but he has to earn he has to earn it. So I don't know. Weird example, but that's sort of how I think about it. So I don't know. I think maybe I am just too hungry. I want to keep going. I don't want to stop, but I think I might have to. I just can't think. What time is it? Oh my god, it's like 3 o'clock. I can't believe I've been going this long. Man. Raymond, I think you just need to eat. You're getting hungry too? Okay, maybe it is lunchtime. No. But the real stream is they stream for 11 hours straight. I gotta be like a real streamer. I gotta stream all day. No, I can't do it. I'm not the guy. I can't stream for 12 hours straight. You are not the guy. I'm not capable of being the guy. Okay. I'll save it. Oh, man. And then I'm going to have to go back to fixing my hard drive stuff, which I don't want to do. So, I don't know. Where do I save this? I can't even remember what folder. Dude, my brain is so fried. Yeah, whatever, this will do. Oh my god. I'll figure it out though. Just not today. But I have to figure it out. But it has to... I know what it shouldn't look like. I just need to know what it should look like. But I know that the header has to be smaller. It has to have this really cool horizontally proportioned header. Kind of like, whose guy's website? Like this dude's website. It has to have this proportion for the header. I don't know. He's got like this bar of buttons underneath. Maybe I could do maybe the nav bar should go there. I don't know, but I just because this sort of thing is cool in the sense that the background is nice on the eyes, and I like the way that these. But this is a different aesthetic altogether. This is a very see this is what I mean. See the gradients here. This guy's probably gone. Oh yeah, skeuomorphism. I'm the guy, but yeah, okay, you've got the gradients, but I can't read this title. Like I can't read it. It's too. There's not enough contrast. So this is not the guy. I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't know the guy. But you know how you see what I mean? That this text on this gradient is the wrong choice for me. At least my subjective opinion. Like it's unreadable. It's too thin. But in terms of like the borders of the box, the white box and the sort of dot background, I mean, that's kind of nice. So I don't know. Maybe I need to develop the Feline aesthetic a bit more to allow for... Because I've had this thing with the menu too, where when I was doing wherever it was, I can't remember where it was. I don't know. I have so many things open. I'm gonna close all this. Where for the main menu, I was kind of having the same problem. Maybe I need to go back to the main menu document and then figure out that, and then figure out the site. Maybe that's how it has to go. But the I'll show you the problem though. It was I think oh, I did have it open this whole time. Okay. Well, the for the menu thing here, because I wanted to have some kind of background element for this, but I don't know what to I don't know what to put there. I tried just putting like a gray box, but it doesn't. I don't know. I don't like it. So what I'm noticing, what I'm trying to do, there's something about the way of the background elements that I think that's the problem. The background elements, I'm not certain enough on what they need to be. And with the HUD here, this only really, I think, works for the HUD because they're small and they're angular and they don't actually cover the whole text. It leaves a gap in there. And it only works when you've got this sort of thing on the back, when it's on gameplay in the background. If you... like this, it holds up with an actual background stuff, but this just a box doesn't really, it just looks amateur. It looks bad. And then with a menu, it looks bad as well. So I need to figure out a big background element to put text on and how those should look. And when I figure that out, I think I can solve this problem. Because I don't know. I need to have something, because if I just have it without a background, the text is harder to read. And if I want to change the color of the text or make the background lighter, it's going to be harder to read. So that's why I want to do that. I don't just want the text floating there. I need something behind it. It needs to be on something. But I need to know. I don't think I'm going to find it by just messing around. I need to know. I need to have... the voice has to tell... It has to be revealed to me in a dream. Which is, it's how it is sometimes, right? You know how people say, like, how did you know this? Oh, it was revealed to me in a dream. I need to have the dream. When I sleep and it comes to me in a dream, that's how I'll know. But I know that, I know that it's not this. This is not it. So, anyway. The box makes it look like a PowerPoint. Yes, it does. That's why I don't like it, is that it does look like PowerPoint. But you see, these guys have boxes too, but it doesn't look like PowerPoint. It's like, well, why? There is a reason. That's the thing. There's a reason why theirs will look good when they do it, and why mine doesn't. I'm just too hungry to see it right now. And why these guys have the same. Like, yeah, I'm just fatigued. Anyway. No, I'm not having fried chicken. Okay, the fried chicken era was nice back when I had the budget. But now it's that my whole diet has just been sandwiches now. That's what I do, because it's cheaper, and it takes less time to prepare, and I guess it's probably healthier too. So, no, KFC is a luxury now. Maybe someday we'll get the KFC budget, but not today. Today's a sandwich day. Do they expertly use emboss? I mean, yes, but there's other things they're doing beyond just emboss that make theirs look better. I just need to rest my eyes and look harder at it later. But anyway, thanks for joining me for another sort of /dev/web design /progress report stream, whatever this was. As for next time, I do have, so I didn't go too much into this, but I've been having I've had to stop working on the video until I sort my hard drive situation out. So I don't know how much I'll have. I don't know if I'll have anything cool to show off by then, because I really need to sort this, because, yeah, I need for those who don't know, I've tried to set up like an actual backup hardware. I've got all the drives set up. I've got like better flash storage, but I can't copy it over from my current system. There's so many problems. I don't know why. I've tried 5-6 times to copy the files and it doesn't work. So I won't really be able to do more work on the video until I solve it, because when I try to edit video and run the backup or the transfer, it's just so laggy. So I need to just do one at a time. And I think I want to copy it over so that I can edit on flash storage and have it be faster. So I haven't really been able to work on that until I can fix this. So I'm probably going to have to, I don't know. It's not going to look, it's going to be boring. It's going to not be fun progress, but I have to figure it out. So hopefully by next week it's solved and I know, and it's all just works. And then I can resume the video and everything else. But yeah. So it's been a bit of a slow IT problem type week, which I'm having a lot of those lately, and it's not fun. But it means once I work this and figure it out, then I don't have to think about it again, hopefully. So let's close all this. We're done. I think we're done today. As Mike Omentrout would say, "You are done." But Pop, I want to draw more graphics. You are done. That's me right now. So, thanks for joining. I'll see you guys. Well, my PNG tuber persona, that's what we'll call it. We'll see you next week. I don't know, because then there's the camera that I have to. Dude, everything's breaking, man. So we're Breaking Bad right now. Oh my god. So hopefully by next week, maybe I can get the camera to work again. So it's not just, either that or I figure out a way to animate this when I'm talking. So it isn't just, yeah. So it isn't just, me in the corner just being still. But until then, I hope you guys have a good weekend. If you have any tips on file transfer in large quantities, I will be checking the Discord later this afternoon. So I'll be welcome to any suggestions on how to solve these problems. But until next time, guys, I'll catch you then.